censor yourself every conversation. Yes,
you
actually country. Let me get the miles. Yes, we get it. What else? Rez, let me get the miles. Mike is a bad, lonely man. You have a much another white man that's just don't let him. Yes, just don't let him. Okay, white boy. What do you? You are fat and lonely. We see your Instagram. The white people always got a lot of smoke.
You see your Instagram. You are fat and lonely.
Y'all can't just stop talking now. I mean, you know, it's starting to get cold in New York, so don't hate on fat men. They might come out.
I know that's right. And big women either.
Big boys. Yeah, hello.
Big boys.
Yeah, like put your arms around their waist and
for no fucking reason.
We don't need too many blankets and
I'm used to them very lazy, but it's not it's not something we can say for anybody. Thank you, Doc. You know I love you, babe. Yeah, because y'all be fucking mad. Don't be mad because I'm accomplished. Don't be mad because I'm accomplished. You are very mad. I don't give a fuck. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Yeah, you and TC are definitely fucking mad. I'm gonna fucking center. I don't give a fuck.
Why do you let these niggas trigger you? Stop responding.
You're right, Ray.
TC, you far away from your phone, baby. We can't even hear you.
TC better be far away from his phone in New York. I don't know why that dumb nigga talk on his phone in the streets of New York. He gonna get hit over his big head.
I hope he does. With that box ass head looking like a orange juice.
Oh my God. You're gonna get a box cutter.
A box of fucking orange juice.
Yeah, it is.
You're a Democrat.
That's true, it is. And what?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they go?
PTR.
5'4" got an orange juice.
He's gonna sit his ass on the couch that fucking Vance just.
Oh, that's fucked up. TC, they said my PTR looked like the shape of your head.
Oh God, you guys are mean.
Lord.
Mean people. Okay, let me
Even
see.
Mike laughed at that one.
Okay, so what do you guys? Okay, can I ask a question to the stage and to the room? Do y'all think that Bad Bunny's gonna get replaced with a 82-year-old country singer or a 76-year-old country singer or some fake Bible toting Charlie Kirks?
Nope.
Yeah, they out there trying to make that shit happen in real time.
No. What they're doing is Turning Point is having their own halftime show.
Girl, please.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bring a pillow and a blanket to that shit. Because this gonna be boring as hell. I'm gonna bring a pillow and a blanket. Okay, Turning Point.
Now, if they get them same singers they had at Charlie Kirk's funeral, then it's definitely gonna be boring.
It might be a half a blanket. Are you chubby?
No, I'm red. I got all these muscles. Look at this.
Funny. Okay, so head of U.S. Military Southern Command is stepping down. You guys know this black man? His name is Admiral Alvin Constantine. Yeah.
One of my partners actually used to work for him. He's retired now, but he's a comedian, and we were literally Joe and I were talking about him today, and he said that he actually is no joke.
Yeah,
he means fucking business. We were literally talking about him today. We were having a conversation.
So why is he stepping down, Rez?
Because he's not getting ready to play that game. He's over CARICOM, and that bullshit that's going on. He's not about taking orders. So he he oversees the CARICOM command for the Navy. Those boats being blown over in Venezuela and shit, he don't take orders from no motherfucker. He's been in the Navy 37 years. And not with the bullshit.
Like he is
he all fucking business. So Joe and I were talking about it. Joe said he's not the one or the fucking two. Yeah, me and Joe were having this conversation today. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this little article. Admiral Alvin.
I worked at McDonald's for like 8 months, so I don't know what you're saying.
So Admiral Alvin Hosley
Hosley.
is leaving less than a year into his tenure, and as the Pentagon escalates attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea, because he knows that's bullshit. So here we go. Military commander overseeing the Pentagon's escalating attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea that the Trump administration says are smuggling drugs, said on Thursday that he is stepping down. Officer Admiral Alvin, is it Hosley? Is leaving his job as head of the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees all operations in Central and South America, even as, well, he was going to get fired anyway, even as the Pentagon, I'm sorry, I just lost my place. Oh, even as the Pentagon has rapidly built up some 10,000 forces in the region and what it said major counter drug and counterterrorism mission. 10,000 forces? What are we talking about? It is unclear why Admiral is suddenly departing less than a year into what is typically a 3-year job and in the midst of the biggest operation in his 37-year career. But one current and one former U.S. official, both of whom spoke on a condition of not telling who the hell they are to discuss personal matters, said that the Admiral had raised concerns about the mission and attacks on alleged drug boats. In a statement on social media, Petey made no mention of any friction with this 4-star commander. On behalf of the Department of War, Petey's using the name of the department he now prefers. We extend our deepest gratitude to Admiral Alvin for his more than 37 years of distinguished service to our nation as he plans to retire at year's end. Nor did Admiral Alvin publicly voice any policy objection, urging his command 1,200 military service members and civilians in a statement, keep charging, is what he said. This man looks all...
He never fucking said that. That's Pete saying that on his
behalf. That was Pete?
Yeah,
okay.
PS Pete's bullshit. So here's what's going on in the background. So he's not gonna, he don't take fucking orders from these motherfuckers. Admiral Halsey is a decorated fucking Navy admiral. He about fucking business. And what he's not gonna do is put himself to jeopardize his fucking career over this motherfucker. Because here's the problem. After these motherfuckers step down, if he puts himself in a situation and they come back and the international courts come after them, he's not going to jeopardize his fucking shit. Because he knows that this shit that they're doing is fucking illegal. He's not stupid. He's very clear on this. So this is dumb shit at the end of the day. And this is what they keep doing. They keep taking all these senior black leaders and putting them and risking their fucking career. These people have put 37, 40, 45 years of their fucking life on the line, and they are putting them at jeopardy. It's just so much dumb shit is unbelievable. And this...
What are they doing that's illegal?
Excuse me? You can't just go blowing up boats in international fucking water. That is not the parts of...
What law is that? What law is that? What law is that?
Rules of fucking engagement, because you don't know anything about that.
What rules of engagement? What are you talking about?
Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to
explain it. You know what you're talking about.
He's doing it on purpose, Rez.
What you don't know what you're talking about.
I had a uniform on except for the one in McDonald's. I don't know why y'all keep wearing it.
Bastard! Shut the fuck up!
TC, should you stop?
She's
dumb as hell, y'all. She's talking about maritime law.
Bastard! Motherfucker, you wear a uniform and you can go fuck yourself.
Maritime law?
You know what? Fuck you. You know what maritime law?
DC has never been in the military.
Fuck you, you dumbass.
It's not maritime law that she is fighting. It's sovereignty of another nation.
Maritime law,
I can't even see my screen.
Tell us how Trump is breaking maritime law.
Let me go find. Okay, here's the Clubhouse.
Fuck you.
Oh, that's not Clubhouse.
You
That
short
is
fucking
Amazon.
fuck you.
Tell us how Trump is breaking maritime law.
Still
It's
not.
not maritime law, you moron.
Still not.
You boxing bastard.
Jay,
You are a
Let me just hold on.
Let's learn about how Trump is breaking maritime law.
it's not maritime law. It
I
is
know
a
it's not.
sovereign obligation.
I wasn't the one that said it, you idiot. It was.
You said
Okay.
maritime law.
Okay, so you guys are gonna go one at a time or not at all. Okay, so who's going now?
Let me finish what I was trying
Go ahead.
to say.
Yes.
International waters. There are rules of engagement
I
involved
need
in
some water.
There are rules of engagement. There are several things involved. Commerce is involved because if people are out there voting and they're fishing, commerce is involved in it. And if all they're doing is fishing, maritime law is fucking involved. So you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're not breaking any fucking law. But the problem is, if this motherfucker is saying that they're transporting drugs, that's a problem. But if all they're doing is commercial fishing, then he is breaking the fucking law.
That's
What
murder.
are y'all talking about? That's murder. What
That's
are y'all
murder.
talking about? You guys are fucking morons. I'm going on mute, you dummy.
She wrote.
At the end of the day, Republicans, you folks, I've been sitting here all night, I've been busy working on stuff. Here's the deal. A lot of Republicans, I ain't gonna say to everybody, but a lot of y'all are idiots. Maritime law is very, very strong. Maritime law has been around before the conception of the United States. That's how it's
Please don't. Please, Ashley, please don't do
Hold
this.
on,
Please.
give me a second, brother, because I've traveled all over the world too. And once you're in international waters, there are a lot of rules that have to be followed. And for Republicans to sit here and think seriously, because it's making me mad that you can shoot innocent people with no evidence, shoot at boats. You're not going
They're
down
blowing them up. They're not shooting them. They're blowing them up.
or blowing them up, right? You're not investigating those folks at the port.
Don't even know who it is. Fathers, mothers, children.
People, you know what I'm saying, Lisa? It's embarrassing. And y'all Republicans got to get it together. It is not okay. It is utterly embarrassing. It makes me mad because y'all sit here and think, oh, okay, it won't happen to me. Oh, all right, cool. But when that comes knocking at your door, whatever it is, whether that's immigration, whatever, then don't feel bad. I want y'all to have that same energy someday when the tables are turned on y'all. And when the government, amen, when the government is in the hands of people who have the power, amen, then they gonna flip it on y'all. All these laws and stuff y'all writing in, amen, the government, all this stuff like this, it's gonna come back. The Lord says, boomerang, come back. That's how things work. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit up here and treat people like crap. And think that crap ain't gonna come to you. I'm gonna say that again.
Don't get nothing.
That's
And
right.
don't think
Crap
that
is gonna
ain't
come
down
after
on
you.
you.
I think TC got some crap on him right now.
I can tell Ashley.
Am I able to
Go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna mute the stage. Go ahead, TC.
We literally just heard the reprehensible, intolerable.
Oh my God.
Like,
Here we go.
We literally just heard the insufferable just saying that
Can you do it without insulting people?
I know. They just need attention.
You didn't hear her just insult me like 4 million times. Listen, fine. She
Oh,
said
I didn't say that
Donald Trump is breaking. She said Donald
Insulted him
Trump
after
is
he
breaking
insulted me.
maritime law, guys. Listen to us.
This is what she claims to be from the military, and she's telling us our president is breaking maritime law. Maritime law doesn't govern military operations. You dim wit. The fact that I have to educate you on this.
But that was a
short fucking idiot. You short piece of shit. You don't have to take your You short fucking midget. You midget. You will never. You are a stupid, fat,
midgets need love too, though.
You are a midget.
I know. Midgets need love too, though.
You midget. Orange juice Joe.
Midgets need
You
love too,
could
though.
never. You could never, midget. Shut up, midget. You are a midget.
You know who I'm thinking about when you said, what's that guy that was on that show and he was like, the plane.
That's exactly who it is. That's exactly who it is. Midget.
With the suit on, that's hilarious.
Let's go back to this. Donald Trump is breaking maritime law. Donald Trump can't break maritime law because you don't know what maritime law
Okay, and it's the white suit for me, okay? I'm sorry, TC, go ahead.
You can't break maritime law as a president of the United States. This is something that they teach you. This is something that they
Find the plane, midget. Shut up, midget. No, midget, you can't talk, midget. But you started insulting me, and that you are insufferable. Your mama is insufferable. Your whole family is insufferable. You are a midget. Shut up, midget. You don't get to talk, midget. I'm telling you, midget. Go on mute, midget. I'm done with you, midget. I'm done with you, midget.
The maritime part is what he's doing. Exactly. It's not a military
That's
it's not a military exercise.
No, exactly.
you shut the hell up so somebody else can speak. This is the insufferable stuff that I'm talking about. This is where nobody likes it.
Let the pufferfish talk.
Yeah, let him land, Reggie. Let's see what he says.
Let's hear what the midget got to say. Go on, midget.
Yeah, let's let him land and see what he got to say.
Pufferfish, continue.
Go ahead, Pufferfish. You know what?
Y'all are terrible.
As I've said before, the president can't break maritime law. Because maritime law doesn't govern. If you were a stand-up individual in the military, then you know that. Unfortunately, they be handing out participation trophies to every dimwit that comes across the line and convinces themselves that they're worth and being somebody.
The internet don't like what you're saying.
You don't get any credit. You don't get any brownie points because you sit up on the stage, jump up and down, scream loud. Look at me! Look at me! I served in the military. Nobody believes you.
But you guys do that, TC. You be jumping up and down on the stage, but your jump is a little shorter because you're a midget. You can't jump that high.
Yeah, TC. You be bragging about being a wedding planner and shit.
I'm 6'2". I don't get how that joke makes any sense.
He's a midget. He's not 6'2". He's a boxhead. He's a midget.
There's absolutely no justification for this level of ignorance. There's absolutely no justification for this.
Okay, let me just mute the stage. Let me just mute the stage. Okay, go ahead, babe.
Okay, so I'm just going to read this and we can take what we want. A president can violate maritime law, but the consequences would depend on whether the violation was an official act undertaken in presidential capacity. Okay? Now, here's some recent. Hold on here. Hold on. I'm trying to be fast. Recent examples involving U.S. presidents and maritime law is deep sea mining in 2025. The former Trump administration authorized deep sea mining beyond the U.S. exclusive economic zone. Critics have called this a direct violation of UNCLOS, which designates these areas as the common heritage of mankind. Anti-drug boat strikes 2025, following reports of U.S. strikes on suspected drug boats in international waters. Human rights organizations and
April, you keep
I'm not
because I was in
finished.
this meeting.
Apologize, Venice. Apologize,
Legal experts argued that the actions amounted to extrajudicial killings and violated maritime law. Port policy and emergencies. Presidents have used executive orders and declarations of national emergencies to enact maritime-related policies. These actions can be challenged in court to determine if they exceed the scope of executive authority. So a president can violate maritime law. I go,
Rez, you sound like an evil movie character right now. Stop. You scaring the fuck out of me.
because this motherfucker wanted to challenge me. Apologize, bitch.
Rez.
You are
Samuel
Yo,
Jackson.
I'm too high for this. I cannot fucking breathe.
I'm high as fuck.
apologize.
I'm higher than a giraffe pussy over here.
Yo, Red, I
What you read was a strong
Apologize,
And
bitch.
I love you, Red.
You said the president could violate maritime law. I proved you they could.
That's not what I said. What I said was the president
Okay, you guys, calm down.
What I said was a president cannot violate
Just kept going.
I know, it went right back.
Why don't you ask if
Okay, so,
engaged in military
okay, y'all relax, okay?
Mili-
I won't have to come over and give CPR, you
I'm
understand?
so fucking high right now. This shit is so funny.
Yo, you guys are crazy.
Time to go to apology, Cole. Come on.
Go ahead and apologize, TC, because you were wrong.
Because you were fucking wrong, Cole.
Yeah, go ahead, TC.
Let's go, Cole.
Hold on. Ask him really good proper questions.
Let's go,
Oh
Cole.
my God.
I just get the feeling that Rez got a race.
Okay, come on, y'all, stop. Go ahead, TC, apologize to Rez.
No,
because
stop
you were
telling me
proven
to
wrong.
apologize to her.
Well, I'm not telling you, I'm asking.
Read the real window April.
I have to read a motherfucking thing.
Like I asked.
I don't
Yeah,
have
I was
your
tweeting.
question to read it.
Please
Okay, I don't
please
have
hold
your
on.
question. I don't have
Please
it.
hold on.
Apologize, Cole.
This is the slow hour. Why are we doing this?
Apologize, Cole.
There's like we lost all of it. It's been an intellectual journey in this.
Apologize, short
This is
boxer.
literally a brain drain of the
Apologize,
last
short
one.
boxer, Cole.
But the only reason why I'm sticking around is because
You're the last one, what, in this room?
I'm the last intelligent mind.
You
Okay.
are a dumb motherfucker.
What we
You
were
are
talking
a
about.
dumb
You said you're the
motherfucker.
last intelligent mind.
I will never have a wedding planner saying they're smarter than me. You better pick out my wife's chrysanthemums perfectly, nigga.
So wrong. It's out of control in this room.
I'll ask you one
You
last thing.
picking out women's heels talking about who's smarter.
We're doing the.
April, where are you reading that from? Where are you?
Talking about do you want chicken or fish at the reception.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. April, where are you reading that from?
This is the unintelligence
Is he
hour.
on
I can't
stage?
do this.
Hold on, Lisa. I keep trying to
I know.
unmute. This
I'm
several
sorry.
Federal Judicial Center, Library of Congress, American Public University.
You're my
It
sister.
talks about the
That sounds
limitations
intelligent
of
to
the
me.
That
president.
part. I know this because
Why
I'm
don't
ready
you
from
prompt?
it
Why
before.
don't you
But
prompt it
this
properly?
motherfucker doesn't know I know that. You dumb motherfucker. You dumb hoe.
I can't do this.
Get the fuck off the stage. You apologize, Cole. No, apologize, Cole.
Sweetheart.
I'm surprised.
Okay, Amari.
This is
Amari.
crazy.
Wait, it's not crazy. You just have two people on the stage who are not listening. So what we're gonna do is April got it from a very reputable source. And TC, what's your pushback on that?
It's non-responsive and wasn't up for dispute. What I said was, and you can listen to the replays if you need to.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
The maritime law doesn't govern military operations directed by the president of the United States. You can prompt it that and ask it to read you.
I ain't prompting shit. You gonna prompt something. I don't have to prompt to search the internet.
You guys aren't interested in facts. You guys are
I am
interested in
listening.
I'm very interested in facts. That's what I'm asking.
You
So
interested
then
in chicken or fish?
maritime law doesn't govern whether or not a president can engage in military operations in the national seas.
And why is that? Because he's a president, so he.
No, because the president is governed by the Constitution.
I never
The
said
president is
that.
governed by the Constitution. He doesn't
I never
follow
said
any type of third-party laws. This is the retarded hour.
This is what I.
Amari, be quiet. I can't hear Rez.
I never said the president was governed by maritime law. I said he broke maritime law. I was very clear in what I said. And I said he broke maritime law when he blew up those boats. I was very clear. And I explained it because what I also said was this is the reason why Admiral Halsey stepped back, because he understands that by him being an admiral and him being over CARICOM, he understands that he could be subjugated to all those situations happening to him under his command if he puts himself in a situation later on by staying in the situation knowing that he has followed an order and he knows the order is unlawful. That is what I said. I was very clear on that.
We believe you.
Thank you very much. This box-head motherfucker owes me a fucking apology. I said what the fuck I said.
Okay, Boxhead, go ahead.
He's not even in the room no more.
I know he is there because he's a box-head hoe.
A Boxhead.
All right, Amari, it's your turn. It's your time to take his place. So you start saying
I'm about to take an Advil out there. Shit.
Apologize down, no.
Like, you know what? I apologize for that nigga. Yo, I'm sorry, guys. How about that?
Yeah,
I'll take
I
your
think
apology,
he
Amari.
deserves an apology.
Hey, I'm a hoe,
Yeah.
Amari.
Thank you, Amari. I take your apology. Thank you.
All right, so we got that out the way, and now he's been proven wrong, and that's why he left. So there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So what else will we? That's a nice looking admiral though, and he looks all fucking business. So love it.
Now, what you call it? I'll shoot you the what you call it in the back channel. I'll shoot you the discourse between me and my partner Joe. He was in the Navy for 26 years, and that was his commanding general.
Lisa, we might have to talk about this on the weekend show that we're gonna get. I think this is gonna be a subject. I think we might put this on the docket. Oh, well, no, just in general what Trump is doing in international seas.
Yeah, that's wild though, you guys. That he's
we got
people, women and children in the middle of the ocean.
But remember, I think this because if I don't know, Lisa has agreed to sign a deal. The new group is called Red, White, and Review, and she's She said that she will.
Yeah, she was going to use the $1,000 you owe her to start it up. So why don't you fucking pay her the money?
I heard someone talking to that. I don't know who that is, but
that is too funny. He's gonna find a way to get that in.
You're right.
But yeah, this is a weekend room, you guys. I'll just put you guys in. I'm not making any. Making any concrete plans, but we'll see what's going on.
You want to tell them what?
No, it's your room.
So what we're trying to do is we hear a lot go on in this house, and we want a chance for these debates to happen again. We want to see that Rez and TC match, third round, fourth round, but we want to have
He could never with me. Never.
Apologize, ho.
That's a 15 round fight.
Box head, ho.
Yeah, get it right.
He going down in the first round. Fuck we talking about.
So anything y'all say in this room
the team's gonna take back, and we're gonna make sure that we feel like it's incorrect, and we're gonna have a fact check Saturdays on y'all, and just be prepared.
Listen, y'all gotta come with facts, man. Listen,
It's gonna be your facts that we're gonna fact check. It's not like if y'all right, we're gonna.
Y'all take my facts into a room with you. I'm gonna need a stipend for providing said facts.
Listen, let me tell y'all something.
If you take my facts into a room with them, I'm gonna need a tetanus shot because these dudes
You're
here,
more like rabies.
Rusty and Dusty. Rusty, not rabies. Rusty, I told them that. I said, you guys have to have factual information if we're going to have these rooms, talk about you reviewing what we're saying. So please be prepared, because I will be prepared.
No, that's good. That's good. I mean, look, Mike and Notorious and a couple of the fellows believe they can take on some of the things that's being said as being misrepresented.
You just say Mike. Oh hell no! You Notorious, who else? But Mike.
That's gonna be all the blackity blacks.
Mike is not serious. He is so not serious.
Oh man.
Maybe Michael in the chat, our Michael, but this other Mike person though.
Man, it would be dope though. I think
don't bring the box head home with you, because I'm a like.
The only thing I will say, I would not choose Mike P simply because he has no impulse control and he literally talks over everybody when he speaks. Like that just.
He responded and said he left. So when I told him, I said, "Look, man, we made a deal this morning. It was just Malak, myself, Notorious on the stage, and we told Lisa that we need to have more better control." And he was just like, "All right, my bad." And I don't know. He left. So
did you say more better?
Did I say more better?
You did.
Your nigga side just came out. Your nigga side just came out.
It really did. No better.
Let me go back to my car. Really, guys, like, nah, I'm joking. Yeah. So basically, I'm tired too. So shit. Lisa, what time I was up? It was like 6 o'clock this morning. I was up. I was driving to LA.
I don't know what time it was. So
I'm still working right now. It's just crazy. I'm tired.
Well, you're gainfully employed, but we will be up.
Oh, no, I'm working on the paper, but yeah.
I'm gonna have to show Mike P a picture of my family one day so he can get over his cookout.
I thought you were gonna say
I don't know about that April-y poo.
Well, you're right, Lisa. I wouldn't want him to have that access, no.
If you take a picture of your potato salad,
he might be happy, yeah, and then want your food. No.
I think you should. I think April, you should do a TikTok of you making potato salad.
That's okay.
And if you put Larry's chicken,
my potato salad is approved for the taste buds of the people in my family.
What time you make your potato salad too?
I don't know any Eskimos. I know Alaska Natives.
Oh, you just gonna ignore what I said.
There's no Eskimo tribe here.
Oh. Man,
some of them will call themselves Eskimo, but that's for them to do and not for me or you.
Okay. I can call it anybody. I'm black, and we can't be considered racist about black people. We get a pass.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You want do what you.
Nah, that's what Agent P says and stuff. Nah, I don't believe that. Black people can't be racist. That's some dumb shit. That's what. Who's on the stage? Was it Betty or something?
Amari, you've talked about. April, tell me how you make your potato salad.
I don't cook.
Raisins. You already know. Got a whole box of them.
I don't even like raisins. My wife knows how to cook. My wife is more black than anyone on the stage.
More black? What does that mean? What does that mean?
I put my wife played up again. My wife could cook. She know how to make fucking greens with the motherfucking
deviled eggs, casseroles.
My wife know how to make the greens. That makes his wife more black.
Greens.
Oh, let me find a plate. Let me find one. Y'all see this shit? Y'all gonna be like, yo, your wife is the business.
First of all, if the greens are good, you don't say the greens. You just say greens. Okay,
right.
You don't gotta put the on top. It's just greens.
So you can't put the for the greens anymore?
What did that do? She can't cook.
Yeah, the greens. No, that's like put turkey. No, okay, yeah.
What the hell are you like?
Ain't no announcement.
Yeah, we don't put in front
The
of
greens gonna be the announcement. The turkey. The greens.
Right.
I'm gonna tell y'all how I make the greens. things, but I'm gonna say this, and I don't want anyone else to interrupt me. Only the mods, and if you don't like what I say, you can spit in my face afterwards.
Okay.
No, I don't make grits. My wife makes.
Oh, okay.
You married?
Thank God.
Yeah. The fuck you mean? Am I married?
Man,
Like I can't pull something? What the fuck you mean, bro?
Man, you a whole weirdo sometimes. I be in the room sometimes.
Yeah, I'm very much.
The weirdo calls somebody a weirdo?
Yeah, nigga, don't talk to me after midnight. You don't know what I'm a motherfucker
Man,
say.
it'd be 7 o'clock in the morning my time, and you talking about twerking.
Nah, cause
I'm at twerking gypsy.
I'm motherfucking goddamn at work at 7 a.m. So
I be sitting here like, this nigga's weird. And then Brooklyn come on like, what do you mean? What? I mean, right? Like, you just come out with some random shit.
I'm like, glad I ain't said I'm gonna twerk on you yet. Shut the fuck up.
See?
With your lies. Don't be lying on me now. That's how you get twerked on. I'll admit if it's the truth, but don't lie on me. Motherfucker, it wasn't no 7 a.m. your time.
Yeah, that's what I said. Fine.
Mommy.
Rez. So why do you care that we blowing up motherfucking boats in the middle of the ocean? Like, why does that bother you? I just don't get the big deal. We blew up a fucking.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Why does it bother you?
I'm gonna tell you why.
Rez, he's trying to trigger you.
I'm not triggered at all.
He's going to.
He's not. Because me and Omari can actually have a discussion. We don't have to go down that road. Unlike that box that
That's a fact, chat.
Right. Yeah, me and Omari have learned how to have a discussion. We can have an ISO. Here's the thing. It doesn't bother me, per se. Here's the problem. You have people out there that are on boats, minding their business. Some of them are commercial fishing. Some of them are out there. You don't know what people are doing. There are countries in CARICOM between Venezuela and Trinidad that people literally are transporting themselves between countries. You don't know whether they're tourists. You have no idea. You haven't pulled them aside and done the right thing. What's supposed to happen in international waters is you're supposed to pull them aside. If you suspect something, then you're supposed to pull them aside. They're not even close to North America. All this is happening in South America. You don't even have jurisdiction. There's no military reason for you to be pulling them over, or no suspicion of anything, because they're not even coming into that jurisdiction as far as North American waters. Those boats are literally in Venezuela, going between Venezuela and Trinidad. So you have no jurisdiction in that situation. So if they're going to pull the boats over, find out what's going on, find out what's happening, find out what documentation they have, figure out what's going on first. You don't know if there's children, you don't know if there's women, you have no idea what's going on those boats. You're just shooting and targeting and blowing them up. That's illegal. You can't do that.
Okay, I mean that makes sense, but like, I guess when I read the post, he said that a group, and I can't think of the name, so please forgive me. He said that they have confirmed, and he used words that seem like that they confirmed, like whoever the.
How did they confirm it when they haven't pulled the boat over? Where did they confirm it from? That's
close, but he's saying that maybe they said they got like intelligence on the ground. I mean, I don't know.
Where on the ground? They're on water. That doesn't make sense.
But they do have people on the ground when a boat's taken off. They're getting.
That's not how intel works. It's not how intel works.
Do you think the CIA is in Venezuela right now?
That's not how intel works. Even if they're using drones, and I'm just using that as a what you call it, you can't get that close in. The most that you would be able to do is to get pictures. You'd have to bring them back. You'd have to verify, and you would still have to use there's protocols involved for rules of engagement in order for you to do that. You still have to pull them over. You still have to find documentation, and then you would have to get people involved to do things the right way. This is not being done correctly. It doesn't matter how you look at it.
Okay.
Listen, you can't twist this, you can't turn this, you can't flip it and rub it down.
But I bring up an example for you, right? And I sound like Gemini right now. I'm bringing up an example. The U.S. says that a terrorist, XYZ, is moving into the village of someplace in, Afghanistan, and this is our only chance to actually hit that target. They send a drone strike, they hit that target, they blow up the car. They didn't pull them over. How were they able to do that?
That's a difference. Okay, let me be really clear. You are talking versus peacetime. We are in peacetime. There's no war going on international borders. What are we talking about? When was war declared? Please tell me. When was war declared? When did Congress declare war? Can anybody tell me?
Congress did not declare war.
Okay, when did we declare war? Can somebody tell me on the stage when we declared war? Help me out, anybody.
If you're saying Congress did not declare war.
Okay, so we don't have a declaration of war anywhere. So what are we talking about?
Okay, so if Congress would have said yes, if they would agree that Venezuela is a place and we're at war with Venezuela, then he would have the right to blow up boats and
even with that, you would still have rules of engagement because then the UN gets involved and then there are rules of engagement involved with that, and you have to follow the rules of engagement. Even when we went in, you couldn't just go and just shoot somebody. That's not how that works. There's a process involved in that.
Yeah, because
I'm not going to explain that to you.
No, that's a good explanation. I watched that. There's this. I don't know if you have Prime or Amazon, or you have Prime TV, but they have a new called "The Bodyguards of Lies." It talks to all those generals and admirals that were part of the Iraq and Afghanistan war. I don't know if you've seen it. It's really good. They speak out.
Sir, I lived it. Why do I? To watch something I lived.
No. But I mean, you could probably just say, yeah.
Why do I need to watch something I lived? I was in Afghanistan. I was in Iraq. I was in Desert Storm. Why do I need to watch something that I lived?
No. I'm
asking a simple question.
I mean, because some people watch war movies, even if they.
I was in it.
Documentaries.
Why do I need to watch a documentary about something I did?
It's fine. You don't have to watch it. It's cool. I just asked that you watch it. I mean, I didn't. You don't have to watch it.
That's a simple question.
I don't know. I mean, people watch documentaries. I mean,
I was there.
I know you were there. I respect the fact. But see, the thing is, people that were there are talking about their experiences, and sometimes you might want to say, I remember that, or maybe it didn't actually happen that way. Maybe they're embellishing.
Everybody's experience is different.
Okay, fair enough.
Because different people did different things and different people had different missions. So I can't speak to anybody else's mission. My mission is different from somebody else's mission, and different people have different parts of the operation. So it would be very unfair for me to try to denigrate somebody else's experience. I'm never going to do that. Unlike what TC tries to do to me when he comes in this room and tries to denigrate my experience when he knows nothing about me. And he knows nothing about what I've done. Okay, right. That's the point.
No, I mean, look, that's fair. I never argue with people I believe who got a lot more experience than I do in areas, and so therefore, I would ask you questions to maybe get with your experience, but not try to diminish your experience. That's not what I'm about. So,
I'm going to say it again. I'm not listening to that. I'm not listening to that. So a woman served, a clown is watching Prime. And he's okay. Well,
what is a woman served?
I'm just reading what somebody said in the chat. But I mean, here's the thing.
I thought you looked at the
surveillance. I got you. I'm not watching it, but I'm saying to you, at the end of the day, surveillance is one thing. You still have the rules of engagement, and they're not doing it correctly. You don't just go blow up a boat. That's not how that works.
Was anybody found guilty that killed innocent civilians in either Afghanistan, Iraq, or Syria?
Yeah, and you know what Trump did? He turned around and he you know what he did? He pardoned a lot of those people. Yeah, he did. Okay. That Navy SEAL, for instance, who killed those innocent civilians, he pardoned him. He was a disgraced SEAL. They took his trident from him. He's a disgusting human being. And you know what? He pardoned him. Yeah. Disgusting. Because he didn't follow the rules of engagement. He decided he wanted to go rogue and be a rogue-ass human being. Oh, yeah. And you know what they did? They pardoned him. Because people believe just because people wear the uniform, there aren't people that are disgraceful and have dishonored the uniform. And there are, unfortunately. Because there are upstanding soldiers and upstanding sailors and upstanding airmen and upstanding Coast Guards and upstanding sailors, yes. But there are also disgraceful people too, who have done a lot of disgraceful things too, in the name of the uniform. And we locked them up.
I still think George Bush is a murderer of millions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Arabs across the Middle East and
his own American soldiers, not just those who were killed in combat, but those who came home and had severe mental health problems and committed suicide, and those who are homeless and people who are still struggling with mental health problems from what they saw and experienced in Iraq War.
Did you think of him that way when all that was going on, or you developed that over time?
I was a hardcore. So I was a hardcore at that time when George Bush was around, and I remember watching Fahrenheit 9/11. I hated Republicans with a passion, especially when Eminem came out with that song "Toy Soldier." I was like, fuck, I hated Republicans. I didn't really become more red pill until probably like said 2016.
Oh, this is the only thing this is what I'm
spoke to you.
This is the part I don't get with and this is my biggest issue with MAGA. Is, we've all been in history class in school and all this and that. The signs, the clear, and I understand it can be said about the Democrat. I know people don't throw the Democrat part because I'm not even Democrat, regardless. The signs of a fascist government, the signs of an authoritarian. The fact that he's blatantly saying it, blatantly doing things. The fact that you're turning on the TV and watching this shit that's going on in these cities with ICE. I mean, come on, look at this shit. Like, regardless of if they're going after, it was in the manner in which they're doing it, smoke bombs. I mean, it just looks like a damn war zone. Not because of the immigrants, because of the administration and the way they have chose to use these tactics to incite fear. I mean, I don't get how you guys are okay with this. Even if you are strict to the point that you want immigration. I mean, you want immigrants out of the country. How the hell can you sit down, put on the TV, and say, I'm okay with this, they're getting them out, this is what they do? Because it's not what they have to do. Police, Chicago police, New York police, they arrest people every damn day. And you don't see on the news smoke bombs being thrown everywhere, them shooting, protesters in the head, priests in the head with smoke. All these tactics that they're using so that they can make films. And then they have a camera crew following them. I mean, what do you think about that? They have a camera crew following them so that they can make videos to post, theatrical videos. Like that raid on that building, those are real people in that building. Regardless of the immigrants, they took immigrants are real people. Those are real people. They decided to make a camera crew and make a theatrical video of it to encourage people to join ICE or to get the backing behind this by I don't know what sickos would back it because of that video. I mean, none of this is sparking anything. To me, it's not about Democrat. It's not because I'm a Democrat and somehow I'm seeing it differently. That has nothing to do with it. I mean, this is just common fucking sense. How does none of this spark something in your head? Like, you know what? Something is fucking going on here. Like, something isn't right. I do want the immigrants out, but fuck. We're spending more money. You guys can't even justify this anymore. The amount of money that you guys didn't even know, you guys didn't have a number for it, but the amount of money that was spent on quote unquote asylum seekers that the narrative was switched to undocumented immigrants. The amount of money they're spending now is ridiculous. This isn't America First. They're spending a crazy amount of money on this bullshit. Having helicopters and all this shit fly over fucking residential buildings to get, come on. do this to American cities. This is not the look that we should be fucking going for, because quote unquote we're getting immigrants out. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, all the signs are there of authoritarianism, fascism. All the signs are there. This is the reason we have fucking history, and you guys are ignoring it. You guys are ignoring every fucking step. If you pick up a book and figure out how Hitler came to power, he's literally following it step by step. He's backed by all the fucking white supremacists. All these fucking groups are backing him and pushing this. And you guys ignore that. Yeah, they're pushing it, blah, blah. No, they're infiltrated in it. They're infiltrated in it. I don't get how you guys don't see it. It's not, oh, you guys are Democrats, you guys are seeing that. That's not what it is. Come on.
Yeah, well said, baby. Yeah.
It's just blatant ignorance. That is why I have a big issue with it, because you guys are being willfully ignorant and complacent. This is what you guys want. Because you know what? I hear everyone keep saying this is what I voted for. So you know what? At that point, I should have an issue with you guys. I should have an actual issue with you all. Not because we have a difference of political views, because that's not what this is. This is not a difference of political views. You guys are actually inciting shit. Like, you guys are making it difficult to make this just political. You guys are literally trying to become enemies, and I know that sounds
Like supremacist.
yeah, you guys. I know that sounds that maybe in itself sounds radical, but that's me saying it. But that's you guys doing it when you guys constantly get there to support this bullshit. So yeah, Ray, I'm long with it, but yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to be polite about it.
No, I mean, I haven't really probably heard you get, you would be a bunch of, it's late now, so people can get a chance to kind of get what they want to say without the back and forth. I mean, I hear you. I mean, you got to take it as your lenses on how you see things. We just don't see it. I mean, I hear you talk about Chicago, you talk about the raids. You brought up this is how Hitler did this, started off with this, fascist, regime. And just
answer me this.
I just don't see it.
So the little kids that got smoke bombed and zip tied so they can take 30 Venezuelans out of apartment building that were in their own apartments. Okay, so they're now traumatized, right? Helicopters over, flashbangs, late at night, flashbangs, like military type operation to get 30 Venezuelans out of apartment buildings in which they were in their own apartments. It's not like they were scattered throughout the apartment building, a little bit with these black folks in this apartment, a little bit with these black folks in this apartment. No, they were in their own fucking apartments. So how do you explain to those children that this is okay? Yeah, we got it. You were in the middle of smoke bombs. You have helicopters flying over, banging down your doors, flashbanging smoke bomb, and zip tying. How the fuck do you say that's okay?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. But we got the immigrants out. Because at this point, I got it. There's people in the Democratic Party that feel that the immigrants, that people should be here legally. I got that. And I always say that people are on both sides of this argument. And I think everyone wants the immigration policy, the way it is to enter this country, to be fixed. But bottom line is those tactics. How do you justify using those tactics on Americans? So be it. So that you're able to get immigrants out. I mean, how do you justify? So that's somewhere. So if you sit here on this day, you just say, okay, we have a different lens. What you're saying is it's okay for the American government to use violence against American citizens in order to get immigrants out. So you're saying that, okay? That's your view. Bottom line is, how can I? So now you wonder why people sit on stage. They can't just have a dialect, because I can try to have a normal dialect with you, but thinking like you don't give a shit about your fellow man. You don't. You don't give a shit if they harm children, as long as your needs are met. Immigration doesn't do nothing to you personally. You just have this, yeah, but my fellow white buddies feel like they need to be out. So you know what? I feel like it is too. I don't, immigrants don't do nothing to me personally, but you know what? My fellow white guys want them out. So you know what? If they want them out, I want them out too. So it's hard, man. And I know you probably don't agree with what I'm saying. Most people I think do. Just hearing your talk, and it's not because being a Democrat or any of that. That has nothing to do with it. That really has nothing to do with it. I'm not even really talking politics right now. I'm talking about how.
If you just want to talk about the human, let's take out the party. Let's just put the person. So let's break it down to the level of just basic human being love for one's person, regardless of where they come from, anywhere in the globe. Do I like the fact that they did the whole flashbangs and came down on the helicopters and stuff like that, and did the late night raid? Based on the information I've seen, based on the information I don't, this was not like a particular place that any evidence that they were running. There might have been some things going on there, but there's no information that the Venezuelan gangs were actually taking hostages, and we know there's places in America where you can't get through, right? You have to pay to get through, or you can't go there unless you're from the community. That wasn't happening there. So yeah, I think they did over the top. I get
But you see how you say it's over the top? It's not over the top. They physically
I agree with
put
you.
their hands on kids. Okay, so my question.
I don't know about the kids thing. Again, you gotta let me finish, because I was gonna pivot to the kids. The kids in the zip tie. Like, okay, you guys know my wife is an officer, right? So I asked her, like, have you talked to your people in CBD, whatever, is it Custom Border, CBP, sorry. CBP, that's the one. She's laughing at me. Did they talk about kids in zip ties? She said, no, there's nothing, I don't know if they have video body cam, if there are any cameras within the building. There's no evidence besides one witness that said that they were zip tying kids.
That's not true.
I mean, I'm not saying, but I have not seen. I saw one picture. We found Rez, and we all agreed that picture was actually not the picture that wasn't the picture that they were trying to portray online.
Back at that again. Black.
No, I'm just trying to throw it out there. But that one picture that was going around, which went viral.
It doesn't matter.
So the thing is, you need to see more proof. So in other words,
I need to see proof of that, because I don't believe.
If you're listening, I'm gonna let you land. But if you're listening and you're really paying attention, it's not a one-time incident. It's happening throughout. I'm not even talking about listening to the governor, Brandon Johnson, or none of that. Just listen to the people. Fuck listening to police chiefs or people in any of these police departments. Don't listen to Brandon Johnson. Don't listen to Pritzker. Don't listen to none of them. Just listen to the people telling you what the hell is happening on the ground. If you do that, right, and you choose not to listen because they're just people from Chicago, then like I said, that's the whole. You know what? That you will never be convinced of anything. You won't be convinced of anything unless it comes out of the mouth of people from red states, I guess. Maybe it needs to happen in red states. And then maybe when citizens of red states start telling you that this shit's happening. That's what I'm saying. This isn't just people. This isn't just happening because Pritzker said it's happening.
So no. So let me explain. Let's go with this. When that guy pushed the lady down in the courthouse, you know how we knew? Because people had their cameras out. When the guy, and I'm talking about things that Border Patrol or ICE has done. When they shot the priest with the pepper balls for just praying, We know how we knew that was because there was phones out.
Right.
You know, which in your situation when it comes to this apartment building with hundreds of people taken out of their apartment, we only really have real footage of only what Border Patrol ICE put out there, which was a video with rap music on it. You don't have any pictures of these kids being taken out.
Okay, but even what you just mentioned. So look, they just got here. They literally just got here. So typically, all this stuff you mentioned would normally, if you had some kind of corrupt police department, you would start defining all this shit that a corrupt police department does over time. They just got here. Even yourself just named a few fucking things that was caught on camera. And then there were other shit that they were caught lying about that was caught on camera from nearby businesses or, buildings. You, at some point, it has to click in your brain, so there's a fucking pattern here.
So
there's a fucking pattern here.
So they have meetings, right? So one of the things that I know when the officers have briefings in the morning, first thing, and I just asked them, just ask, because this is like big shit, right? Because this is fucked up. I said, ask the people, whoever, see what's going on. According to that building, I'm surprised. They need to release, I believe they have cameras. That building has cameras. They need to release the camera footage that building has, because this needs to stop. Either you're right or
okay. So how about this? Even if ignore the zip time, even if you go to Department of Homeland Security's website and look at the video they posted themselves of their theatrics, right? Because they clearly planned to have a camera crew there to record this shit, which I don't know why that's not clicking in your mind. Like, why is that not clicking? They wanted to record this. They knew what they were going. They knew they were about to put on a show. They had a damn camera crew there. They had a camera crew there. So just look at their video. And
you just go to their X account on their Instagram, and they're playing hip hop music. They took the Saturday Night Live. They took the Saturday Night Live clip and made it a song for recruiting. So what they're doing is they're taking these videos and making recruitment videos.
And you know what? That's not something you do when you're dealing with America. At least, fuck it. If you all think immigrants are animals, which is sad because unfortunately that's the way they're being treated like. But if that's the way you guys think of them, then what do you guys think of American citizens? Because you're talking about they still fuck with American citizens here, regardless of what you said. Because like I said, any other type of race, even a SWAT, if SWAT was on a normal raid, you think they were going to raid the entire building that way? Hell no. They go in, they bust down the apartment doors of the apartment of the people that they want to bring out. They do their investigation. Okay, you know what? Their apartment A1, their apartment C9, their apartment D1, whatever. And they go to those apartments, they break in, they do their thing. They raided the whole fucking building, military style, helicopters flying over, like I said, flashbangs, smoke bombs. You can believe what you want to believe or not about the kids. They pulled the kids out, just a horror scene. It's traumatizing. And like I said, this is not just a one-time thing. Look at the shit that they did on the east side of Chicago. I mean, this shit is constantly happening. And, I know I'm very long, but I'm promised, at one point you are saying this is okay. I just don't understand how you can justify. Now, I'm not talking about criminals. Well, I think everyone here will say, get the criminals out. But when you talk about all of this to get out a hardworking person to go through all this shit, it doesn't justify it. So fuck Americans, fuck your property, fuck your rights. We're gonna do whatever it takes because your rights, your comfort living in this country, you feeling safe about your government and how we handle business, that's just not as serious as, we got to get out the maintenance guy at McDonald's that they took the other day. That's more threatening to Omari. He is more worried about that guy than fucking ICE coming, smoke bombing priests, terrorizing fucking children, making the city look like a damn war zone, even though they're claiming it is already war zone. They're the ones making the city look like a fucking war zone.
I could say this, Jay. I would say, do I rather them go? I'd rather them 100% go after the people that are here committing crimes, right? Even if you get a ticket, I don't care. You gotta go. But I would say there's nothing in the law that states if you are here illegally, regardless of you committed a crime or not, there's nothing that border control or people in ICE can say, well, you get a pass because you didn't commit any crimes.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not. Yeah, right. So I didn't say ICE has the power to do that, but I'm just saying you're okay with these tactics because you want immigrants out. I'm not saying that. If you wanted to deport immigrants but do this shit humanely, not make our fucking cities look like war zone, yeah, are they gonna get some pushback? Yes, but I'm telling you, most of the pushback is because of their tactics. Look, almost every fucking video out there being recorded by people, these fucking ICE agents are assholes. They're talking to people any kind of way. They're roughhousing people, pulling out their guns, pointing it at people, constantly shooting pepper balls and smoke at people. They're inciting, and they're trying to flip the narrative that they're like somehow protecting themselves. Shit, there's a lot of videos you can watch where they're just going, when they're ready to get someone.
But why are people even in ICE business right now? Like, why can't ICE just do their job and people just mind their business? I think it would be better if ICE just did their job and everybody just mind their business.
Because that's
because they're there, they're federal law enforcement. Like, they're there to do a job. Like, I keep saying,
the incident with the black teen in Walgreens. So, like I said, you
saw the rest of that video where he said, you don't even know. He told that girl, like, he said, get the fuck out. You don't even know what to do.
I knew you were going to do that. Don't listen to the first part. He asked the kid, why did you run out of the building? Then the girl says, that's my brother-in-law, blah, blah, blah. And then, the screamer, you guys don't even know what's going on. But if you go to the first part of that video, after hours, they held this kid for hours. So bottom line is, they burst in with the theatrics again into a fucking Walgreens. They burst in. They could have easily walked into the fucking Walgreens and almost, maybe the person they were looking for would have started running if they were looking for an individual, or they were just going in there because they saw Hispanics go in there. That's what I think. But let's just say they knew someone specifically was in there. They could have fucking walked in and grabbed the person. That's not what they did. They bursted in again with the theatrics. So of course everyone was like, "What the fuck?" And they ran out. So the African American ran out. He didn't do nothing wrong. He ran the fuck out because of the way they bursted in, and they slammed him to the ground. And of course he's confused and shit. And bottom line is, they asked him, "Why did you run?" Like, how fucking stupid? What kind of question? Why did you run? Look what the fuck you guys just did. You burst into a fucking building, scare the shit out of everyone. They don't know what the fuck you guys are doing. Things don't typically happen like that. I don't know about you all, but every day I don't go shopping and a fucking, a team of fucking people in masks just burst in, and I just sit there calm and see what, hell, I might fucking run too. And guess what? I'll run out and hit it up.
I think ICE is not regular like your community policing, NYPD, LAPD, Memphis PD, New Orleans PD. ICE is there. They're a different breed. They're imagine.
But then you said, why are they here? Because people are, look.
It's like the FBI. Think about if they're
the citizen standing there. The citizen standing right there know immediately, dude, bullshit. The way I read it here, he's not a fucking immigrant. You guys are looking for immigrants. Of course he fucking ran out. Citizens there knew right away. Bullshit. So of course they intervened. You keep saying the citizens to step back. I disagree. I think they should be saying something. That's what made me disagree. Because it's not right.
Makes sense.
It's not right.
You have to change the law. Then what you're trying to do. So what I would say,
What they're doing is illegal, Omar.
The resistance is doing this. I think they're making a situation. I don't think it's illegal.
They're racially profiling people. Look,
I think that would be very hard to prove in a court.
no, it's not. I can prove it. I can prove it. I have the proof. In my mother, in the suburb of Chicago, where my mother lives, the fucking Home Depot, they raided it. They went in and they arrested 4 Hispanic people shopping. There's nothing you can tell me. You can't tell me that in their investigation, they somehow knew that 4 Hispanic people that were undocumented, criminal, whatever, that they knew they had to deport, were all going to go to Home Depot at that time. So all 4 of these people that they were looking for just so happened to be at that Home Depot? No. They went in there, 4 Hispanic shopping, not knowing each other, and they arrested all 4 of them. I don't know about you, but common sense tells me they just went in there looking for somebody brown.
So my wife just reminded me that in September.
In September of 2025.
Oh, you got me. My wife just reminded me.
Yeah, Noam versus Perdomo. The U.S. Supreme Court allowed federal immigration agents to consider factors like race, ethnicity, language, and employment location when stopping and questioning individuals suspected of being undocumented. It is perfectly legal for
No, that was stop. Okay, but look at the stop from the federal judge just as of last week.
Okay, I would say that the Supreme Court trumps the federal judge.
That's a fact.
That's the big joker. How I could possibly be wrong?
In that ruling, Anthony, did they say it was okay to wear masks? I mean, Omar, no way.
It's not illegal to wear masks.
I don't understand why we do this.
Is it illegal to take off your license?
There was an assertion that was made about racial profiling. I went and I cited Supreme Court decision from last month related to racial profiling. We're not talking about, license plates. We're not talking about masks. This is, let's stay focused. This is not rocket science.
Omar, your wife is in law enforcement. They don't wear masks, right? Because they're not okay prohibited.
So Moose, can we get past this whole thing about the racial profiling? Can we move past that? I want to know, are you satisfied that it's okay for ICE to?
No, I'm not, because
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied. Let me read it.
All right, no problem. I'll post the link in the chat. No problem. Fair enough.
Yeah, because what I'm reading is the U.S.
If you have something that could you post what you're reading, please?
Sure. Yeah, the U.S. ICE, U.S. Immigration and Customs. I'm gonna read it and I'll post it. Has been accused. This is from. I'll tell you right now. Shit, hold on. Damn it, I went too far back. Hold on. This is. So I'm reading this from AmericanImmigrationCouncil.org.
Okay, what's the date, brother?
September. No, not that. No, that's when you're reading, isn't it?
Yes, the one I'm reading is from September, last month.
Okay. September 11th, July, federal just issued an order that stopped ICE from targeting people based on race. So this is September 11th, House.gov. So, and it reads like this. So, hold on. The federal judge issued an order that stopped ICE from targeting people based on race, language, and work. I see what you're reading. So Supreme Court this week, so this is September 9th, 2025. This is from, so this week, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision that clears the way for racial profiling during immigration raids and sweeps. Okay, now mind you, So that wasn't a raid or sweep. I don't know what the term is, a raid or sweep. Is them walking in a Home Depot a raid or a sweep?
I would certainly say it would qualify as a raid or a sweep.
Okay, well, I would have to look at it. To me, that doesn't seem, okay.
I don't even think, I think they can even pull people over and question where they're from, just like when you go through checkpoints. I mean, I think
racial profiling, and I think it's like it's a controversial decision, Jay. To be fair to you,
now we can see that Trump administration rapidly expanded the racially discrimination ICE practices. We have already seen terrorized families. That's the same document that you're reading. So ICE practices, we have already seen terrorized families, workplaces, and communities, and the country for months. And thanks to the Supreme Court, these raids are more likely to sweep the United States and the people with lawful status. What did the Supreme Court ruling say? So in the 6-3 vote in the case known as Vasquez-Perdomo versus Nome, the Supreme Court granted an emergency request for Trump's administration to temporarily halted the LA judge's order. So are you sure this is not about LA?
So the Supreme Court, their ruling.
It's saying that over with LA's ruling.
Okay, so the Supreme Court is a federal court. Their rulings have to deal with the United States. This is not like states or city specific. These are.
But that's what this article you're reading says.
Okay, we're not necessarily read the portion where you're saying that's what the article says. We're talking about
in a 6-3 vote in the case known as Vasquez-Perdomo versus Nome, the Supreme Court granted an emergency request from the Trump administration to temporarily halt a LA judge's order that barred revolving patrols from snatching people off California streets and questioning them based on how they look, what language they speak, and what work they do. This is not for the entire country. This is for LA. And I'm reading the exact document. You didn't post it, but because the way you read the beginning of it, I know this is exactly what you're reading. So like I said, in Illinois, the judge once again barred Trump from his administration from doing this, and they still are.
So I'm going to read something to you, brother. All right? Supreme Court decisions affect both local and federal law by interpreting the U.S. Constitution and federal statutes, making these decisions binding on all lower courts, including state and local courts. I don't know how much clearer we can make Supreme Court decisions.
Anthony, but this decision that
Jay's familiar with what the Supreme Court.
But the problem is they didn't make a decision for the entire.
It's a specific case, not a.
They made a decision specifically. No. Anthony, they would say the entire United States.
Okay, you're reading an article.
I'm reading
an article. Okay, no.
I believe there's something important to be nationwide
on this, but this is like I'm honestly, respectfully, JD, I'm not trying to come at you sideways. I'm embarrassed that we're having this disagreement.
What's the name of the ruling? What's the date and the name of the ruling by the Supreme Court, please, that you're referring to? They all have names and dates.
Well, in September.
They all have the ruling dates.
Moose, I read it initially. JD may have it open. It's Nome versus Perdomo or something like that. And I believe it was on September 11th. This is just off the top of my head. All right? But here's what's up, man. We are talking about a Supreme Court's ruling is never just local. It's across the country. This is this is so weird to me that we're actually having a whole conversation about this.
You feel comfortable in how that's it.
Comfortable in.
That's the issue.
And and Water, like you contribute nothing to any conversation. You're a hateful creature. You're a hateful creature. You like really you contribute nothing. You don't. There's no thoughtful exchanges with you, Water. Water, everything. Water. Water. I understand. Water. My cop ass wife.
What?
My cop ass wife.
No, we're not gonna. His wife is not a cop. No.
My wife is in law enforcement.
No, his wife is not in law enforcement. No. Oh my God, I fell asleep listening to that.
So Moose, I put the docket number on there for you down there below.
Okay. What are you guys? I just want to know what are you guys in here and lying about now? I kind of like dozed off.
No, we're just having a conversation on just the human aspect of what's happening with ICE and the raids.
Oh,
and
very good. I'll listen. I want to talk to just to listen and catch up.
Yeah. So Jay kind of was like, well, looking at the human side, we're talking about the raids, the kids that are being picked up, the things that are being, how people are being swept up, families broken up, stuff like that. What happened in Chicago? So, mainly about that. And I was just saying that, I think it's wrong. Kids arguing, but I didn't see proof in that building. I've been asking around. I've been talking to a lot of other people. And there hasn't been no body cam or anything released that showed that kids were being rounded up. I mean, so we're just gotta wait and see. I'm not saying they did it. What I'm saying, even there's not even no cameras in the building that can collaborate that claim. So I'm just waiting to see. I'm just waiting for all the video because I have seen a lot of video where I was like, damn, why is ICE doing that? I saw them run into a DMV in California. Like, why are you running inside a DMV? Like, this is shit that you only see in local news, right? You see them going into car washes. Like I told you, my wife's mom, she's basically like Harriet Tubman out here. She won't even come over because because her son, my brother-in-law, best friend is here illegally. So she's taking him to work and all their employees to work and then bringing them back home. And my wife is laughing, don't laugh. And then, don't laugh. And then she just wait all day for them to get off. So she'll wait. Then the next day do the same thing. This is 7 days a week. I'm like, the fuck? You ain't gonna come over? Like, you ain't gonna come visit us? She goes, nah, I got your stupid president over here. Blah, 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 blah. She calls him Taco. She calls him Taco. That's what she calls Trump. My mother-in-law, Taco.
Amari, did you look into that case about the woman being released from prison? So let me read it to you. Let me read it for you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the case of Mary Mar Martinez. So it's a Chicago woman shot 5 times by federal agents on October this year. Was released from federal custody pending trial. Her release came after body cam footage from her incident contradicted the government's initial account of what occurred. So here's the details. The shooting occurred on October 4th, 2025 during what Trump administration called Operation Midway Blitz, a ramped up immigration enforcement initiative. The Department of Homeland Security alleged that Martinez and another individual, Anthony Ruiz, were among a group of cars that boxed in and rammed a vehicle carrying U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents. A federal agent then shot Martinez. The defense claimed Martinez's attorney, Christopher Kerr, told the judge that body cam footage would show that an agent who was armed with a sight rifle taunted Martinez by saying, "Do something, bitch," before driving his vehicle into hers. Martinez and Ruiz were both charged with assault, impeding and interfering with the federal law enforcement officer. Federal prosecutors initially argued they were a danger to the community and should be held without bond. Martinez was released, so the judge ordered her release noting her lack of criminal history, strong family community ties, U.S. citizenship. Anthony Reese was also released, and then it gets into the evidence controversy. It was revealed in court that a federal vehicle involved in the incident had been driven to Maine, which Martinez's attorney described as evidence of tampering. A judge subsequently ordered the vehicle to be returned to Chicago for examination. U.S. attorney argued that the pair had endangered the public with their reckless actions. He also stated that Martinez had a concealed carry permit and a loaded gun in her purse at the time, though she did not brandish it. Okay? So, they shot this woman 5 times. That's reckless as hell. I'm surprised she survived that shit. They shot her 5 times. They were taunting her and they ran to her ass first. Now, did she do some kind of retaliation? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm catching up on that story with her and that guy. I know that
they were released.
But a grand jury just recently. She's on the phone. Mm-hmm. A grand jury is found her guilty.
A grand jury found her guilty? Yeah. No, they didn't. It hasn't gone to trial yet.
I think she got indicted. I think let's take a look. Hold on.
Yeah, look. This is something I'm giving you as of today. She's released.
So I hope at this point we all agree that Supreme Court decisions are nationwide and that it's okay, according to the Supreme Court, 6-3 ruling to racially profile, right? So we're not going to accuse them of breaking the law and say stuff.
Well, Anthony, I know, but Anthony, regardless, I'll look more into that, but my conversation with Omari was not that. Like, you came up and said you don't like the fact we're talking about it, but the problem is, and Anthony, this is where, like I said, we're having a respectful conversation, but you know what you come up here to do.
Okay, so you said, JD,
I got it. Whatever, you want to bring up the law, but the bottom line is, you all know what this bullshit is that's happening is bullshit in the matter of their tactics. You all know that. You all know this shit. You know the tactics that they're using is bullshit.
JD, you said that Anthony Edwards, said something along the lines of me not liking what you guys were talking about.
No. That's not what I said.
That's what I heard you just say.
So let me help clarify what I said.
Okay.
What I said is you came up here. And you said, not that you're for it, you just wanted to read what the law was. Right? So, okay, are you okay with racially profiling?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay.
In general.
So in this situation, to deport people, you're fine with that?
In this particular case, I'll allow it.
Like I said, and that's where we'll disagree. Because, like I said, it's not, and that's fine, we can disagree, but like I said, these tactics, to me, the fucking terrorizing the cities, like I said, the whole theatrics, shooting priests with pepper bombs, all of these tactics that they're using, up to including racially profiling, is bullshit. It doesn't justify getting out, it's inhumane. It's inhumane. And we can disagree, because I got it. You're so strong on immigrants gotta go. I got it. But I'll never sit here and say that these tactics that they're using on people, period, is okay. They need to find another way. They want to get people out. And other administrations have done it. We've talked about it. Other administrators have done this in a humane way, without all the fucking theatrics, okay? Bursting into buildings, unfortunately, a lot of American citizens, you're light skinned, you look Hispanic to me, so pull you over and rough you up, because it's not just the racial profiling. It's when they pull you over, it's the fucking rough housing that comes with it, right? So you racial profile, push you up against the wall, pull out my baton, talk to you like you're a fucking animal, talk to you like shit, and we all just supposed to sit around and say, yeah, it's okay, because at least they're getting out. You know what? That guy, he took my tax money. My tax dollar went to pay this guy in the parking lot, this maintenance guy working in the parking lot. My tax money went to him somehow. So, you know what? I'm okay with this. I'll never hear say that.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
So JD, what should we do with the illegal immigrants that are in this country right now? What would JD's solution be? I'm curious to just understand your perspective. How do we address this situation?
So for me, people that are not criminals, people that have been here for years and have contributed to society, I would find a path to citizenship without fucking deportation. Or there have been situations where you do leave your country for a year to expedite the process, whatever. I would spend all this money we're spending on this fucking shit show, theatrical show. I would spend this money and act like we really have some fucking brains and fix the fucking immigration system. Fix it.
So JD,
Fix it up into including. Yeah.
So JD, you and I, so far, we agree. I see it the way you see it. That's what I would do too. You have people that have been in this country for years and years and years, and they've been law-abiding citizens. They may not have necessarily came here the right way, but they've been law-abiding while they're here. I would say that we should come up with a path to citizenship for them.
And let's not forget, a lot of people, Anthony, that are...
I have a follow-up. Brother. So let's say that they've been here for less than 5 years. They said there was millions and millions of people that came in during the Biden administration. How would you handle that?
The same way. If 5 years is a long time. 5 years is a long time. I mean, especially age. Like, dude, if you're a young person, 5 years, it really is a long time. Like, if I came over here as a young person, 5 years is a long time. Now, if I came over here not getting into any trouble, doing what I'm supposed to do, hell yeah, I'm going to give you a path to citizenship. But Anthony, the problem is, let's not forget the theatrics and the bullshit and the propaganda Trump used, and his administration, and his campaign used. The whole, all these military-aged men are coming through. We heard everything. Chinese, they haven't even really started hitting Chinatown. But supposedly all these Chinese military-aged men were coming through. But somehow everyone forgot about that. And we'll let those military people stick around for a little while, because we need to get out, Maria Martinez, who's been working at McDonald's for 10 years. I need to get her out first, But 5 years to me, you've been here. You've been here. Now, criminals, to me, depending on the crime, not a little petty crime, but, murder, rape, all that, stuff that's to that extent, scamming and all that shit, fraud, to an extent, to a huge dollar amount, get them out. Fuck it. Who cares how long you've been? It is what it is at that point. Get them out. But they're messing with people. So I was talking to this immigrant the other day. He's been here since he was 20, and he's 50. Okay? He can't go out shopping anymore. He can't live his fucking life anymore because he's at risk of being deported. He didn't come the right way. I don't know why he hasn't got his status updated, but I've known him for a while. He's been going through the hoops. Okay? But it's been a lot of bullshit. And actually, during the Biden administration, he was literally about to get his stuff, but then even though Trump wasn't in office, whatever the shit he said to Congress made them halt some shit. and literally, he got turned away yet again. But bottom line is, people like him are getting deported. He doesn't know nothing about Mexico. He lived 30 years of his adult life here in America. And now you're going to send that person back to Mexico. That is inhumane. We don't see that. A lot of people in America don't see that. It's inhumane because guess what? He's 50 now. And things are different in Mexico. Think about it. It's hard for people to get a job. Once you start hitting that 55, 60 range, it's hard to get a job here in America. What do you think it's like back in Mexico?
Yeah. So, I
but go ahead. Yeah, I know I got a long way with that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, Jay. And again, I think there should be a path to citizenship for someone like that. And Jay, it bothers my spirit when I hear these stories. But Jay, at some point, right, don't we feel like people should take at least a modicum of personal responsibility being in this country for 30 years and not getting their stuff together?
No, because if you talk to them, Anthony, they couldn't. If you talk to him, and as I've known him, the process.
I'm from New York. You're from Chicago, I believe.
Yeah, and now mind you, he's married.
I'm of West Indian descent, and I know a lot of people
that have done it. Because a lot of people.
I'm very familiar. I know a ton of people who came here however they came here and was able to establish legal residency.
And just like that, I know people like that too, but I also know a lot of people who went through hurdles and it wasn't that easy. And Anthony, the proof
30 years.
You can't contradict yourself. The immigration system is fucked up, and that's why it's fucked up.
Jay, I'm saying two things can be true. I'm gonna
tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why he struggled with it. Because number one, when he was younger, he didn't have the knowledge on how to do it. He didn't have the help to do it during his younger years. As he got older, it got to the point where they were asking him to leave the country for like 5 to 7 years. And now you have the choice, do that, come back in 5 years and get your citizenship. That's not an easy fucking choice to make. That sounds, who does that sound easy to? Leave the country 3, 5 to 7 years, and then you'll come back and you'll get, that's how you earn your citizenship. That's, to me, fuck it, I'm gonna wing this shit. Because he has kids here, grandkids here, his wife's here, right? And they're American citizens, right? That's not an easy decision to make. That's not an easy decision. And that's many people's story. That's many people's stories.
So Jay, right? I understand exactly what you're saying, and this would be my preference, right? The unfortunate reality is, right, life is all about timing, right? It's this and if we don't strike when the iron is hot, there can be consequences. So I'm not mad at him for seeking a better life in this country. I can understand the motivation. There's a lot that can be said. There's a lot of reasons we could look at. I'm not mad at him for that. And he, for whatever reason, in his younger years, he didn't have the information and he wasn't able to do it. Now, it so happened that he's dealing with an administration that's addressing his particular situation super aggressively. That's just the reality of it. Jay, I'm not callous. I'm not uncaring. If there was some way I could, contribute to help him get an immigration lawyer to help him fight it, I would be happy to make that contribution and wish the man well. But the reality of it is, I wouldn't blame Trump if I was in his shoes. Because I'm going to be the person that suffers as a result of my action or inaction. So I'm the responsible party.
But see, now you're changing the thing. So here's the thing. You wouldn't blame Trump, but the problem is now he can't go to court without the risk to even try to fix the situation.
So I'm not changing the thing. I'm just trying to understand that part. You say I'm changing the thing.
Because you said we shouldn't blame Trump. But the thing is, he can't blame Trump right now. Because like I said, he can't fix his immigration status now. Because guess what? Even under Trump, because if he goes to a courthouse, you have the risk of being deported. Just when you're going to follow the reason.
Do you understand why I said that you can't blame Trump? Do you understand conceptually why I said that? JD, the reason why I said that is because I've been in the country for 30 years. I'm responsible for my destiny. I can't blame anybody else for my choices.
Okay, but see, you're changing the whole conversation. I'm not talking about him for the blame. I made it very clear he's here illegally.
Okay.
So I understand what the word illegal means. So you're trying to tell me he blame. He came here illegally. He made that choice. Now, you can try to make up the 30 years of blame. That's just what you're trying to do to manipulate the conversation, because the bottom line is...
When you say I'm trying to manipulate the conversation,
the reason I'm saying that is because I'm clearly telling you he's been struggling to go through the hoops. He's been trying. He's been trying.
So
he's been trying. But for whatever reasons, I'm not that familiar, but I know he's been trying, but for whatever reasons, because of our immigration system, he's been halted many, many times or hit with, like I said, leave the country for 5 years and come back.
For whatever his particular reasons is. But Jay, are you going to suffer the consequences of his action and inaction? No. Am I going to suffer the consequences? Am I going to suffer the consequences? No. So ultimately, he is. So he's the responsible party.
This whole thing.
So Jay, what I'm trying to say to you, there's no manipulation. There's no sleight of hand. Donald Trump, right? He won the election. And he said, Joe, this is my mandate, and this is what I'm going to do. All right? He didn't, it wasn't no sleight of hand. He didn't say, I'm going to do this and then do something else. He's been on this immigration tip for a minute. And so, like, we have to stop and take a deep breath, man. Like, if shit, like, there was some kind of natural disaster tomorrow, I'm going to be mad at the wind, you know, and my car is on E. I should have had a full tank of gas. I should have, you know, paid more attention to the weather reports. I should have moved my family to higher ground. Like, these are things that, you know, like, me being the responsible party, I have to address. I'm not going to wait until disaster hits and blame some other factor for my inability to prepare.
Okay,
that's the mentality that I have.
And that's fine, Anthony, that's fine. But unfortunately, you were blessed to be in a situation where you don't have to go through what these people are going through. Okay? And the whole premise of this conversation is because, once again, like you bringing up the court law, this isn't what America is. We don't put militaries into cities. We don't roughhouse citizens. We don't use these tactics. Now, Supreme Court, and I got it. They're going to stick with that. Oh, the Supreme Court temporarily did or approved it, whatever. We know, well, at least I would say, and it's my opinion, you can take it as one. Decent citizens know that's bullshit. People are allowed due process. We don't sit here racially profiling people because they said these tactics, and they're not just racially profiled. Like I said, all the roughhousing and humanization on people, the way they're treating people, this shit is not okay. So all the rest of everything else you can say to me, it's fluff. People are on the streets being treated like shit. These guys are out here like cowboys. The attitude, like I said, the roughhousing, they're not just treating immigrants this way, they're treating citizens this way. It doesn't matter what you have to tell me. I don't care what the law is. I don't care what the law is. I'm still going to say it's fucked up. It's not fucking right.
And I respect DJ. I'm saying it's fucked up. I
would say, and again, you're coming at it and you're looking at the humane aspect of that. These individuals, the ones that you see that are not.
We all should be seeing that, though.
Hold on, yeah, I know. Let me just, and we're the same way. I just explained that I don't want to see people who have been here for 10, 15 years, 20 years. They came when they were young. They didn't know what the hell was going on. This is the only home they know. They don't have anybody. I don't want to see those people go back home. I want to see them find a way, a pathway to citizenship.
But guys, you're not demanding that from your party. You guys
My party.
You guys aren't demanding that from your own party. I know.
But Jay, we keep telling you we're not a party. Anthony, are you a hardcore Republican, Anthony? I've heard you say you're not. Right. So again, you're putting the people that come in this room. The reason why we come in this room is because there's a lot of ideas we agree with you on. We're Democrats mixed in with some conservatives, with some MAGA. We are a buffet of political ideas, right? And we have just different opinions on certain little things, but we're not too far apart. We want our kids to stay kids. We don't want to leave the kids alone, like the song, leave these kids alone.
But I'm gonna tell you, this is where this is where I would bump heads with someone like Anthony. Because when we were sitting up here talking about the humane aspect of this, Anthony comes on stage, well, the Supreme Court, approves this shit, so, just suck it up and it is what it is. That's the shit. I'm going to say, you guys, that's what you guys do. That's what you guys do. So, of course, these aren't just fucking political views. This is actually, we're watching this shit in real time, that people are this is not even like making it up. I can go out on High Street and I'm actually physically seeing this shit.
Okay, so Jay, I just want to just add something to what you just said, right? And this is really important, bro. What prompted me to come off my mic was when you said racial profiling is illegal. You said it, 10 toes down. I'm like, words matter to me. I knew that there was a recent decision. I knew it was super recent as it related to racial profiling with the Supreme Court and ICE. That's what prompted me to come off my mic. It's a controversial decision. In general, I don't support racial profiling. Anthony Edwards, so you're saying you guys, right?
But you changed the whole conversation to that. If I'm up here talking about
because the words matter to me, brother. That's all.
I got words matter, but then these words should matter. So then these words should matter. So you know what? If you want to say, hey, just let you know, the Supreme Court, it is what it is. That's fine. You can just say that.
It was a fight to even get to that point.
I got it. And I'm still in
disagreement. Okay, no problem. I hear what you're saying.
I'm still in disagreement with it because, like I said, what's happening, look, I don't know how this is going to go down. Because I think what's happening is now the state's courts, and I got what you're saying, don't overtrump the Supreme Court, but the problem is, this is the problem. And I'm not trying to sound conspiratorial here, but at some point, when people don't even disagree, when people are starting to disagree and question some of the shit that the Supreme Court is okay, and you know what, it is just what it is. This is what you can see is happening. People are like, wait. So now you have judges in Illinois who are saying, no, you're not going to do this shit. And now you're getting to the point where you have where, you know what, ICE agents just might be arrested if they do this shit. And then you got people, well, they can't overturn. The problem is this is all a clusterfuck. Because the bottom line is, I got what people supposedly, you'll hear people, oh, this is what I voted for. So, is this what you guys voted for? So if you guys are okay, or is it just that, Supreme Court says this, so you know what, we're the type of people, Supreme Court put a law, I don't have an opinion. My opinion is whatever the Supreme Court says. At some point, this is going to get out of hand. Because at some point, someone has.
I don't want to read between the lines. What I'm hearing from you, my perception is, I'm hearing things are going to get out of line. We're talking civil disobedience. We're talking fight the power that be. We're talking, reactionary stuff. This is my perception of your work.
But
all right.
Yeah, but you know what? And it's unfortunate, and I don't think it should go there. But the problem is, what do you do when you have federal agents physically harming people unchecked?
Okay. I don't know if you have any kids, right? But what I say to my kids is that you're not going to win a confrontation in the street with law enforcement. That's an impossibility. You're not going to do it. It's just not going to happen.
That's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
I'm saying to you we can keep on escalating things, right? And there's consequences for those escalations. Jay, I hear what you're saying, but I've heard people in Chicago that said they're happy for what's going on. I've certainly heard people in Memphis that are happy. I've heard people in Washington, D.C. that are happy. I heard a man today beg Trump to send the troops to Atlanta. He wants to come to.
You know what? That's a few far between. I mean, you'll hear that all over the country.
Okay, so Jay, I understand that you're saying, right, that it's a few and far between. So there's a black woman who talked about now, how safe it is in Memphis that she could actually go sit with her kids on the porch. She said that. Do you know that she was attacked by multiple black people stating that she's a coon for saying that? So her being thankful for actually having the ability to enjoy, the quiet enjoyment of her home has led to her being called a coon. How can we be reasonable about this? How can we find some kind of intelligent discourse where shit just makes sense?
But see, why did you bring that up? That's where I said you're moving the goalpost so far. So I can bring up racist doing shit to black people. I mean, what's the point? Okay, do people harm black people that think they're cool? I'm sure they do. Vice versa, yeah, that shit happens. But that's not what we're talking about here. That's not what we're talking about here.
I think it's a part of the whole conversation. I think so JD, I think right now, right, we have people that are in their silos. And we have 24-hour news cycles, and we have people that get information from echo chambers that just keep on reinforcing their belief systems over and over and over again. It's a form of indoctrination.
But Anthony, they're moving the goalposts. Yeah. I'm talking about what people are physically seeing for themselves in the city. Look, let me tell you something. When the wave of immigrants was forced, now I'm going to tell you, there is issues with Brandon Johnson, the way he handled the wave of immigrants that was pushed over here by Republicans, right?
I've seen
by putting
town hall meetings where the citizens.
Yeah, I'm here in Chicago. I'm living it. I'm here.
Crucified.
I'm here. But you know what? I got it. But the thing is, here's your point. Echo chambers, because they're probably sitting in a room, listening, and take it for what it is. To maybe someone with more your views on things. Instead of understanding how the whole process happened. This was planned. The wave of asylum seekers, they're not illegal. That was propaganda that was pushed by the Republican Party. A wave of asylum seekers, which we have laws for in this country and how we deal with, came in through the southern border. And as a tactic to fuck with sanctuary cities, they knew what they did. They bust them over here, dropped them off by the thousands, something that hasn't happened in our known history for anyone to deal with. So was it dealt with appropriately? No one knew how to deal with that shit. And unfortunately, in the city of Chicago, it's very, if you know something about the city of Chicago, it's very segregated. And so I did disagree with Brandon Johnson just dumping them all on one community. That did not work in his favor. He should have spread them out. But I said that. But I will go as far as, but I'm not going to let the Republicans off the hook. That shit should have been spread out around the damn country when that wave of people came in. But that's not what happened. There was a fucking plan in place to bust them to sanctuary cities for this very reason, for this chaos and all that bullshit that happened. And unfortunately, in Chicago, like I said, because it's a segregated city, he chose to house them more towards the south of Chicago, which was predominantly African Americans. So yes, predominantly African Americans were affected in whatever shape or form by this. However, like you said, echo chamber. They're only listening to the part where Brandon Johnson chose to put them. They're not listening to the whole story on how they got here in the first place. They're not being told that. They're not being fed that part. It's a strict agenda. Put it on Brandon Johnson. But guess what? Here's the part that you don't know. That narrative is starting to switch. Now, these people who had issues, now there's still many people who have their feelings about it. But a lot of them, now that they're seeing how ICE is affecting their neighborhoods, how they're treating people, how now they don't give a fuck about black people. If you're in the way, you're going to fuck around and find out too. This is what's happening. So now they're switching and they're seeing the inhumanity and their thought process is now switching. You don't hear as much people on that side anymore, like you just mentioned. It's not. That's actually dying down in the city of Chicago amongst black people. It's dying down because of the bullshit that ICE is doing. You can watch many, many people, black people throughout the city of Chicago is now actually starting to stand up and help deter, notify. They don't give a shit. Hey, you know what? ICE, hey, they barricade down the street, turn around. They'll come over here. Or if they see them roughhousing up, a Hispanic person, yeah, they'll scream. No, that's bullshit. Don't treat, they're standing up because now they're starting to see bullshit. Watch many videos. It's more people against it now than for it. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I think what Anthony said. I think Anthony was speaking. I think you're responding to him.
Yeah.
And I think the bigger point for me listening to this conversation is that he just didn't use Chicago in a vacuum. He said Chicago, DC, Memphis, Atlanta, all these hot spots where there's a lot of black violence going on. And I think that he was, going in that direction. But you can't really blame people for targeting these areas that are, prone, that are hot spots for violence. Even though you have immigrants in Chicago, you still have the south side of Chicago, where ironically the Nation of Islam headquarters is. I don't know how those two things, sit side by side, but it's notorious for black on black crime. So is DC. DC had been. Memphis absolutely is, and Atlanta is also. I mean, how do you can't just use a particular instance in Chicago with the immigrants and call that everything that you just pointed out.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm only going to interrupt you is because ICE agents aren't here to fight crime in black areas. That's what they probably would have sent the military here for. That the military are not.
He said the National Guarders. Yeah, not ICE.
The National Guard isn't activated as of yet. So I don't know what you listened to or you just had it in you that, oh no, I'm going to go up there and defend my black brother. That's not, we didn't even talk about black on black crime at all. At all. So if you were sitting there listening, I don't know what you were listening to. We're strictly talking about ICE. That's what we're talking about. ICE is not here to fight black crime and in the black parts of the city. That's not what ICE is here to do.
I know that's not on the surface what it's supposed to do, but they're hitting hotspots that are notorious black on black crime places.
No, they're not. They're hitting Hispanic areas.
That has nothing to do
What
with
you're talking about? They hit South Shore one time. You saw that video of them raiding the South Shore building. I don't know what you're talking about. They're not sitting here doing raids on the south side of Chicago. They're hitting Little
Why
Village.
are we back at this black on black? Why are we back with this black on black?
I don't know, Riz. I don't know why she brought that up.
JD, I'm so, you know what? I'm so perplexed that young people are still listening to that stupid narrative and not understanding that crime is based on proximity. So do you say white on white crime in the suburbs? Because crime is based on proximity. Do we not understand that? So that narrative that you guys run is crazy to me.
Well, it's crazy
Because
because we were talking about ICE.
hold on, right? I know, but I just want to stop this narrative before we keep saying it, and these young people keep spewing this garbage. Stop saying this. Why crime is based on proximity. You don't say white on white crime in the suburbs, and crime is higher in the suburbs than it is in urban cities. Stop it, please.
I think my trigger point was Memphis, because Memphis is black on black. And I'm not talking to you, Reese. I'm not talking to you, Reese. I'm not talking to you.
My name is not Reese. My name is not Reese. My name is not. No, it says Rez.
Oh, Rez. Okay, sorry. And so thank you, Rez.
So
you're not. I heard you. I heard you.
Hold on. Let me say this to get a little under control. Chaya, you're more than welcome to be on the stage. And if you want to bring up a new topic, the problem is you interjected yourself into an ICE topic, and then you start talking. Of course, we're all sitting up here confused. We don't know what the hell you're talking about. We're not talking about black on black crime anymore. So that's the thing. So that's like but you supposedly were sitting here listening this whole time. I don't know.
I know it's hard to keep up with all the headlines. So everything Trump's been doing. So he sent the National Gardeners to different cities to fight crime. ICE was never sent in to fight crime. It was sent in to fight illegal immigration. So you're coming up here with something completely unrelated to sort of talk up these, I don't know what, talking points, but like you said, you're welcome to stay, but please just sort of stay on the topic at hand. Thank you.
Again.
And we can move on, because me and Anthony's been butchering this topic. So if you want to talk about something else, you're more than welcome. I'm done talking. I appreciate everyone listening, because I typically don't talk this much unless I'm passionate about it.
JD, the only reason I even addressed it is because she brought it up, and it derailed the conversation, bringing up crime. And I hate when we start with this narrative of the black on black crime crap. It really irritates my soul.
I mean, it's just the problem that I'm having in this conversation is you're not talking about the vast majority of cities that are inundated with illegal immigrants. You're not, because these 50 states, there's so many states, especially in the South, in the West, that are inundated. They have billboards that are almost predominantly in Spanish, and they're illegal immigrants all over this country. Predominantly, Riz, can I?
Correct.
You don't have to, but I'm not trying to be God. I am humbly trying to come in this conversation.
Let her finish, Ray.
Yeah, we're trying. It's on you. But just so I want you to understand, you're moving us into a new topic. So you can't say what you didn't hear us speak about, because we were specifically speaking about shit going on in Chicago dealing with ICE. So you can't say we're not up here speaking about something, because we're not. We're literally not talking about that right now. We've talked about it before, trust me.
So again,
move us into a new conversation, go for it.
I guess the decoy of ICE targeting illegal immigrants. I'm not fooled by it. When they're going for the immigrants and making laws, it only means that they're going to target those laws towards us. That's how I see it. So That's the difference in the way I see what you guys were talking about, as opposed to what you were saying. So I apologize.
That's exactly what I said.
So and so I go. So in that instance, I go full circle and say they're targeting areas that are predominantly Black, crime ridden. Which Memphis is the first on my mind. Memphis is first on my mind. Illegal immigration is not in Memphis. It's other states, but it's not Memphis. You're going to focus on Memphis, then you're really not focusing on what ICE is supposed to be focusing on. They're really trying to create laws to target black people and black poverty. That's the way I see it. I'm not done though. I just want to stop for a second. I want to stop for a second. I want to stop for a second and say those three cities that you mentioned raised red flags for me. And even though you were talking about ICE, I see a more sinister goal with this administration that has us in their crosshairs. That's how I saw it, and that's how I came to this conversation. And I'm not oblivious to white on white crime. That would be stupid for me to say that. Riz, you don't have to come off mic and tell me that dumb shit because I already know that. That's not the point. The point is no matter how much crime they do, it's not publicized, it's not criminalized, it's not prosecuted, none of that dumb shit. They want us to be the enemy. So with that being said, that's the position I come from, and that's how I see it. When you target Chicago, you target Memphis, and that's the red flag for me. In Atlanta, that's what shows up for me. If you want to be fooled to believe that ICE is in these areas to specifically target illegal immigrants, that's on y'all.
I'm not fooled by anything. I'm very clear on how this is working.
I said I'm not fooled. I didn't say you weren't. I said I'm not.
I didn't say you were. Again, the way you came off in your conversation didn't make sense. So that is why I was having a problem because you were literally going in 8 different directions in your conversation. So that's what was the problem, and nobody was understanding what you were saying. So that's why we were trying to get clarity to your conversation.
Ray, did you want to say something? No.
And Shai, I think with what I heard you say, we're in agreement. I think your disagreement is with Anthony.
I don't know that, but I thought I was on. I was championing him. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, no. If you've heard us speak, yeah. The tactics of that's why I've always said it's important for Black people to jump in on this fight, because to your point, if they can start doing this to immigrant, well, they're doing it to citizens already, because like I said, they're racially profiling means they're doing it to anybody, right? But to your point, it's starting with immigrants, but shit, I can say anyone looks like a goddamn immigrant. Like, what does an immigrant look like? How do you racially profile an immigrant? I mean, aren't immigrants from all around the damn country? I mean, around the world? I mean, how do you profile a damn immigrant?
And Shane, they don't even care anymore. That's the problem. It's not everybody is getting a piece of the action. There is a quota involved in this now. Do we not understand? There is a number that Trump is trying to hit. His number is to get 2 million people out of this country on a daily basis. And he doesn't give a damn who you are and how that has to happen. He's pulling any and everybody out. There is a cop that is a white guy from Montenegro, okay, that literally has been here. He overstayed his visa. He was in the police department in a small town in Illinois. White. Montenegro is white, okay? It's a white country in Europe. He literally they just found out he overstayed his visa. He never caused a problem, he just overstayed his visa. ICE just picked him up. They just were literally in, was it Walgreens or CVS, just picking up people. They don't even give a damn anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it ain't even an area anymore. They're just going into stores. They're just picking up any damn body randomly.
to the
So we have conversations, and the way these conversations, so we have conversations, and the way these conversations, the way these conversations,
Hold on.
the way,
He's talking, y'all. Hey, Pat.
Look my baby daddy trying to act like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
But check this out, Rez. This dude was paying taxes and everything.
Yes, a police officer in Illinois. Look it up. He's from Montenegro, a white guy, and he overstayed his visa. And they just didn't catch up with him. He'd been here since 2015, 10 years, outstanding police officer, blah, 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 in Illinois, and they picked him up today. Swear to God.
Bro, that is home of the Caucasus Mountains. He is the original white man.
There we go. Hello?
So we got white people getting shipped out. So I don't know how they're gonna spend this one. I don't know how they're gonna spend this one. We got,
He just parked the course.
getting shipped out.
He just
I want to see how they're gonna spend this one.
Anthony, but here's a problem. This is a bad. I just want to say this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this. I mean, but here's the thing, right? Whether it doesn't matter about the paradigm that's going on with the political aspect. You know, you have to look at the interlinear aspect of what's going on. I mean, the person that we have in office, and mind you, it's not just him, right? It's not just him. But when you're looking at what's going on with the dynamics of the things that he's putting out with this National Guard and putting troops on the ground in America during peacetime is a bad precedent to be set in and of itself. You're having people who are what? Basically, people in mass who you cannot identify. They don't have to have warrants. There's been many reports out there that they're just going around doing what the fuck they want to do, and basically kind of terrorizing people. And mind you, if we want to talk about which party, and I don't follow either party like that. I mean, I follow them, but I don't support either party. But if you want to talk about who allowed the immigration aspect, if you want to make that argument, it was the Republicans that were the ones that were all for immigration just 50, 60, 70 years ago. But now they done turn their tune and whatnot because of what's going on the last 15 years, right? Some things are warranted, but some things that just is not really understandable. But overall, what I'm just speaking on specifically is just, if what's good for the goose is good for the gander. They're sitting up here targeting immigrants, where and these people who were able to come into the country, and it was free from them coming to the country and put into the American dollar, into the tax system through their cheap labor, right? And they can just go up and scoop them and throw them wherever the fuck they want to throw them in. I'm looking at a lot of different little things, a lot of different videos, and they're doing a lot of things like spraying them with water. Like, it's just some crazy shit going on. But it's a bad precedent when you have the police, you have people who are of certain criminal organizations not wanting these motherfuckers. Like, these are citizens, regardless of whether you like them or not. They don't want these ICE people there. And also, too, just the fact that, you're having Marines and soldiers in your own country, as an intimidation factor, this is not good. And what's going to end up happening is that you're going to cause people to stand up and do something about it. And then at the same time, the provocation of this is crazy. This dude's sitting up here talking about the Insurrection Act and all this other stuff, trying to launch that shit, just using all this as an excuse to bring this shit in. And he sat up here and brought those military, those different people from different rankings of the military all throughout the world. Him and that other coward, calling them all fat and shit, and talking about what they want to do, having military personnel all throughout the streets. That's called a police state. That's what he's sitting up here advocating for, and that's nobody wants that.
Ray.
Nobody wants no fucking police.
Ray, I have a question for you. Anthony, hold on, Ray.
Just make this stuff up, man. I don't even know where to start dismantling this. You started off like mixing in
the National Guard with ICE, equating the two of them, two completely different things, which they just like kind of crucified Chaya for doing something similar. Then, you know, like this idea, right, that the National Guard is so bad, it's such a bad idea. Like, I challenge you to actually go to the places that they've been and see what the citizens themselves have to say. And then scratch your head and try to figure out why those mayors couldn't institute similar changes before the National Guard got there. Like, make this stuff
that doesn't make sense because that hasn't happened.
Jay, I'm sorry. I just want
I know, but yeah, just don't make stuff up.
Okay. I don't know what you're saying. I'm making.
You said why couldn't they institute stuff before the military got well, a place like other than Washington D.C. They haven't really been in any other city.
They're in Memphis.
And what have they done? And that's been the governor's request.
200 and something people have gotten
request, Anthony.
Fair enough, Patty. I'm not
so it's not the same. It's not the same.
Patty,
So when the president does it, the powers of the freaking National Guard is totally different than when the governor does it.
Okay, so fair enough, Patty.
If the governor says this is what their actions are and this is what we're going to put in their orders, then that's because the state's paying for it. Right now, the federal government's paying for it, so then they still fall under posse comitatus. Outside of the with posse comitatus, they can't do shit unless it's an insurrection, right?
That part.
Understood.
They have to have some type of justification for some of the shit that's being done. Why would you use? And this is another thing too, right? So now we're pulling Blackhawks out of our inventory. If you knew anything about our property books when it comes to Blackhawks, if there was something to pop off in Taiwan, which there's a lot of shit going on in the world right now, when you have fucking India showing up at a fucking meeting that they haven't showed up for the last 10 years, now we know that there's an alliance between different nations, that alliance was not possible at one time. There's a possibility, like what China does is they're watching. And what they're watching is how we move or what's going on in our country as far as what our manpower looks like for our National Guard, our reserves, our fucking active duty. And what's going on in Taiwan, what's going on with the one China policy, the Taiwanese people, the Chinese people, the Philippines, anything within the China Sea, there's an issue. So even if you were to do a simple Google search of this thing called Pacific Pathways, what is the other one that the Marines does? Well, if you look at just Google, right? They've been doing more joint exercises. Even with some of those joint exercises, they've been undermanned. And those undermanning of those exercises is because we have what we would call requests for forces. Those requests for forces aren't able to be pulled because we have alert. We have people that are on alert in case they have to fucking deploy into their own country. And it doesn't make sense. It makes sense for you because you want it to make sense. But it doesn't make sense for people that actually work strategic.
Well, I have a question. Because we're talking about Anthony, you interrupted me the last time. Anthony,
I didn't interrupt anybody.
You did it the last time.
And I deferred.
I came off my first.
Patty.
I came off my first.
For Patty. Listen, no, it doesn't matter. I stopped talking for Patty. I'm going to land. That's it. It's that simple. So as it relates to what JD asked me, yes, they are in Memphis, JD. And there's cities now where you have citizens asking them to come. They want them to come because they want the crime to be addressed in their cities. The criminals are the citizens that don't want them there. The criminals, that's who doesn't want them there. What? Yeah, that's what. All right? The criminals don't want them to show up. The criminals are the ones that get locked down when they show up and they deal with them. So, I understand you guys like the status quo. I understand it doesn't really matter to you because you live in safe environments.
Save us with that bullshit. Save us with that. That's not what it's that's the same bullshit.
I understand.
All the time. Y'all like status quo.
Okay, Jay, what's the bullshit? What is the bullshit, JD? Y'all wait till Lisa goes to sleep, man. That's what y'all do. Y'all get gang when Mr. goes to sleep. Y'all want a little echo chamber.
Ray, 1 second. Ray, Chai was waiting. Ray, hang on. Chai was waiting. If you want to go after Chai. Chai, you still there?
Yes, and so thank you. When we talk about the reserves and the military, I'm reminded about, I don't know, some TikTok thing where a Hispanic woman had to go to court for her immigration status, and her sons, who were in the military, escorted her to court. Y'all heard that? And the reason I think about that is because the military and the reserves are a collection of a whole bunch of ethnic groups of people, and we can say no. We can say no at some point. If the military is showing up in Chicago and there's a bunch of black people or Hispanic people, we can say no. We're Americans. At what point do we say we don't want to participate in this shit? I mean, we've done that already. We did it with the Kimmel show and all unsubscribing to Disney and recognizing our power in the United States. We're just not consumers. We are the military. And I don't know, I think the people who are with this administration and the way they do business, those allies in the military are the minority, not the majority. So do we not show up? Do we escort our family members throughout town as active duty members? How do we do that? Because at the end of the day, if we're blaming the Trump administration for the military being there, that military reflects who we are. You got black people in the military who are showing up on these streets. You have Mexican, Hispanic people showing up there. You have people who are not defending the Constitution, who are showing up, who look like us. What's their role in this? Is it just civilians, or do they have a responsibility to us as family members? Is my question.
I'm lost in your summation in regards to what the role is with the military, because they swear an oath to the Constitution, not to the President of the United States. So when they swear an oath to the Constitution, they swear an oath to defend both enemies, domestic and foreign.
So that's a beautiful thing to say. That is a beautiful thing to say.
It's not a beautiful thing to say.
It is. So let me tell you, the beautiful thing is you have doctors who swear the same oath, and doctors will kill you all day, every day, regardless of consequences. And they know, some of them know, a lot of them do. I've done my research. A lot of them do. So do nurses. Hold on. So do nurses, and so do lawyers. And so do police. So do police. I mean, at what point do you think that swearing on the oath?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So I'm just trying to hear her. Hold on. I'm trying to hear what she's saying. I'm trying to hear what you're saying.
Okay, y'all gonna get what I said.
Yeah, there's a lot of oaths.
The department.
Hold on, guys. I'm not speaking. I'm trying to hear China.
I understand that's why that's
Go ahead, China. Let her finish. Go ahead, China.
There are a lot of oaths out there. There's like tons of oaths out there, like presidential oath to security. There's lots of oaths out there, and they're not ironclad. When you, as an individual who spend some time trying to pass a fucking test and get a goddamn job, you sign an oath, doesn't mean that you are duly bound to uphold that oath in any way, shape, or form, and that's across all boards of all oaths. And then you have something called AOL.
AWOL you talking about?
Yeah, AWL.
AWOL you talking about?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happened. Let me China.
Rez, can you stop? Because I have the mic still.
Well, I'm gonna
I still have the mic.
I'm supposed to have.
Hey, try to take 30 more seconds, land, and it's already.
Y'all be letting people.
All right, so
this is crazy.
Come on, bro. trying to take 30 more seconds and then it's a wrap.
Yes, sir. AWOL is an example that's prevalent in the military, and that's one of the things I was mentioning because I was talking about the military, not doctors who do the same dumb shit, AWOL shit, not lawyers who do. So they all do the same shit. Just because you sign a piece of paper that says you're loyal doesn't mean you're going to be fucking loyal. Police are corrupt all day, every fucking day. They sign the fucking oath of whatever. And so why? So a fucking oath, and they kill you too every fucking day. If you got the wrong one. My point is. But my point is, when we talk about the United States military. Yes, sir. Talking about the United States military and it policing us, you're talking about your family members who might have signed those. Your family members policing its people. And I think that's the problem. And I don't think it was happening now, but I don't think in the long run they will continue. Your family members will continue to turn their backs on you.
Okay, so appreciate your patience, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Hold on, it wasn't on Ray.
Ray's been waiting a while.
This was my discourse with her. Stop. Thank you.
No.
This was I'm not doing that with you.
Okay.
It was my discourse with her. Thank you.
And I've been trying to get in since you mentioned Memphis, and I wanted to highlight the arrest and the type of arrest that was made in Memphis. The Department of Justice has announced more arrests this week from the Memphis Safe Task Force. The DOJ announced from September 29th through October 12th, there have been 803 arrests. Those arrests include 6 homicide suspects, 79 narcotics offenses, 94 firearms offenses, 297 warrants. They don't state if it's municipal warrants or state warrants or what kind of warrants. 2 violations of parole, 34 sex offenses, 130 other, and 161 administrative. The DOJ says the above administrative arrests relate to immigration violations, such as individuals who do not have legal status in the U.S. Also arrested, according to the DOJ, 17 gang members and 17 juveniles and 62 known gang members. 43 missing children have been found, 10 warrants executed, and nearly 4,000 traffic and 56 misdemeanor citations were issued. So, I would like to submit that and wonder what everyone thinks. It seems like a big warrant roundup to me. What does everyone else think?
It don't sound like immigration policies.
A lot. If I go back, it said 161 administrative, and they're putting that as immigration arrests.
And that doesn't really make sense because administration could mean anything.
That's
So
what
that
that's what they said. That's what they said.
Right. But doesn't mean anything because that doesn't give status. It doesn't mean whether or not the person was illegal or not. It doesn't say whether that person was in the process or anything else. So that doesn't mean a hill of beans to me. So it sounds like what needs to happen is there should have been more police resources. It has nothing to do as far as the military is concerned, and the military was not involved in the arrest. They used the DEA, which was the drug enforcement agencies, and all the other agencies for the arrest, because the military was not involved in any of the arrest part of it.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seemed like a big warrant roundup, and they just used those people as like backup. Maybe I don't get the point.
They can't arrest.
I don't get the point of bringing in the military or the National Guard or any federal agency.
It's a smoke and mirror.
I know.
Yeah, like because when they were going to deploy out here in Chicago is to protect federal property. So I don't know what is their deployment out there. What are they like? What can they do?
They can cut grass.
I do admit, and I will agree, do like 34 sex offenders or sex offense arrests, but what it seems like to me is that, okay, we got these cases, we're gonna make these arrests, we were going to make them whenever we wanted to make them, like whenever the person pop up for like being pulled over. But it seems like they just use extra manpower to just go out and get everybody.
But the military cannot arrest anyone. They have no arrest power. Okay, they have no arrest powers. The only thing the military can do is they can help them as far as traffic. They can help them as far as riot control. They can help them as far as picking up grass. That's it. They can't do nothing else. They can't do it. They have no arrest power.
Well, they're shiesty out now, so I don't know what they're gonna do.
I'm just telling you, they don't have no arrest power. So yeah.
Anthony, what you think? But I gave some statistics. I thought you would have found a way to jump and run with that.
You know, Ray, listen, man. You know, it's so funny. Like, people don't actually listen. They don't consider that the governor asked for the National Guard to come there. So they have completely different powers.
Which governor for which state?
Tennessee. Memphis is in Tennessee. The governor for Tennessee requested the National Guard come there.
He did.
Y'all have a good night. This is pure unnecessary comedy.
He didn't.
So answer, the National Guard doesn't come anywhere. The National Guard is like what would have been a militia back then when we didn't have a professional army. So the National Guard is your teachers, your firefighters, the people that live in that town, in those cities within that state. Now, when they request for National Guard to come from another state, now the state, like say for example, if they're coming from Texas, if Texas is being friendly and they want to look out for their homeboy, their state can pay for it. But if the president gives them, if it's under the president's powers, then there's a whole different job that they would have that the state activated guards would have.
Which is what they did in Chicago because they sent the guard, the Texas Guard to Illinois. That I do know. Under Title 10.
Right. Yeah. They don't ask them to come there. When a governor requests,
and the governor did not request it. Correct.
No, for Memphis is different.
Memphis was different. That was local. Right.
So he ain't up here no more. But my question, I was gonna phase that into something else, was harassment by the police, and that's what a lot of residents, even residents who just chilling and minding their business, law-abiding citizens. Some of the things that I've read and heard is they're worried about being harassed for small things or for anything, and for law enforcement to then start poking and prodding, because if they have that national presence, they don't have that watchdog overlooking them. You know what I mean? They don't have to really go and abide by the rules because they know the leash is really on. So when Anthony said those people want them there, the law-abiding citizens want them there, it's not necessarily true in all situations, because in some situations the police make it worse. I don't know if you've ever been falsely harassed or by the police even when you're not doing anything wrong, but it really, really, really takes a toll on your mental. And I'm somebody who's never even. I would think a lot of people don't want them there. If you've ever been falsely accused or hassled or harassed by the police, that's not a good feeling. And this is coming from somebody who's not a felon, never been arrested or anything like that. But when you get pulled over and they're poking and prodding and making small accusations and allegations against you, that's how you turn the community against you.
Wish some of y'all would stop saying that. Wish some of y'all would stop saying that because the president has activated the guard that gives them arrest powers. That's not how that works. You have to have specific duties, and it has to be under certain things under Title 10 in order for you to have arrest powers. The country has to be under you have to be under.
Okay, Rez, hold on. I'm confused with what you're saying right now, because you have this profiling thing that
Profiling
passed.
thing?
Yeah.
Profiling thing.
So that they can sound Mexican, they can talk Mexican, they can look dark, brown skin, and you have probable cause to detain them. Are you making distinctions? Are you
That's
making
not what I said.
I said, are you making distinctions between arrest and detainment?
No, I didn't say that. You're not listening.
I didn't say you said that.
Mhm.
I said, based on what you said, that's the question that arose for me.
I said
Is
the
that-
military.
I heard.
I'm discussing the military. That's all I'm discussing.
Okay, so you're not discussing ICE and what.
I'm not discussing ICE.
When the military shows up, they
have no arrest powers.
They
can support.
they enforce what ICE does.
They have no arrest powers. I don't know what we're not understanding about that. Posse Comitatus. No, you're not listening to me. There is a thing called Posse Comitatus. Look it up. They have no arrest powers. The military cannot be used in the United States as law enforcement. It is called. My God!
So I think you said it already. So when they come to support ICE, how does that support show up? Since they don't have arrest powers, how does that support show up?
They can come and they can stop traffic. They can stop traffic. Like, okay, they can show up with.
What you're
saying how are you telling me that it's not true? I've done this.
They have the power to detain.
Sir, you cannot tell me you can't tell me this, sir.
They have the power to detain.
Sir, I did 22 and a half years of this. Stop it. Both domestic and foreign. Sir, you never put this uniform on. You don't know what you're talking about.
Look,
please be quiet.
It depends on who's called the National Guard.
Stop.
It depends on so
I'm
many
not
factors.
going to argue with you. This is what I hate when civilians.
You can just deny
Sir,
it.
you have never put on this uniform. This is not a conversation.
The National Guard
You don't know what you're talking about. They do not have arrest powers.
Why are you afraid to have a discussion then?
Sir, they don't have arrest
Why are you afraid to have a
powers.
discussion about it?
I'm not arguing with you.
I know you're not arguing with him. I just want to hear what he wants to say. Even if you gonna prove him wrong, right? Let him say what he want to say, and then prove it wrong.
I've already said it. I said it under Posse Comitatus. But just like y'all keep wanting me to repeat the same thing over and over again.
You're hiding something, Rez.
There's nothing for me to
Stop,
hide.
y'all. Stop. Rez is right. She's talking about Posse Comitatus. Yes. Listen.
She's not talking about the nuance.
Karen, stop. Just fake, right? If she's talking about Posse Comitatus, she's talking about federal orders. If there are orders that's coming from the governor has to authorize whether they're going to be on some type of disaster response, what it looks like for, like, if there's riots, if there's anything going on. Yes, they may assist if the governor activates them, but it has to be authorized by the governor.
No, can I add something?
Wait, no, you can add after, because she was trying to speak, and you made it seem like she was wrong. When she said the word Posse Comitatus, she is talking about federal orders. That's it.
Okay, so I just wanted to add, the National Guard has the power to detain and hand over immediately to law enforcement.
Incorrect.
That is their value.
Incorrect.
Okay,
Sir, you have to be on Title 10. No, you are wrong. You have to be on Title 10. Even if you are in the National Guard, if you are in the National Guard, there are literally units in the National Guard. There are drug units in the National Guard that literally are Title 10 units that do this, and they are literally deputized to do this, and they have specific orders under that to be able to have that. They have certain powers, and they have it in their orders. You don't know what the frig you're talking about. I I do not like when civilians try to challenge stuff, and I'm trying to tell you something. I'm not asking you, I am telling you. Stop it.
They gave specific orders. To do what?
Fucking God.
What fucking God? The orders that you're talking, the specific orders.
No. So she's just giving a distinction between federal and then the state.
But it's also nuance to it because within that Title 10,
Jesus Christ. Okay. When it's federal, the federal government has its own job. When it's state, the governor can make certain distinctions on what he wants them to do. That's all she's saying. She's saying you're wrong because she's talking about federal. What President Trump is doing versus what a governor does. If the governor does it, it is totally fucking different. That's all she's saying.
Thank you, Patty.
There's different.
Hold on. What's different?
No, because y'all about to make me blow up. Now. This is getting really dumb. It's like you saying it over and over again. I'm tired of talking about it.
So you're making distinctions between what the president can do and the governor they can do in terms of arresting or detaining.
This shit has been explained.
It's responsibilities, period.
And so I got confused about which level of government will allow federal agents to arrest in the state.
Not agents, military soldiers have different roles based on the title they fall under.
You keep explaining.
I know, and it's like it's not making sense to you guys. I'm done.
Just let it go.
You're right, Patty.
Rez has explained this shit in multiple rules for multiple different days, and every time I know the shit now. She's explained to someone. Every time she explains it, somebody else come up and say, but no, just fucking listen to her. If Stephen Hawking teaching you physics, you don't stop and be like, but no, the black hole.
I mean, I totally agree. I totally agree that the press shouldn't be hit with rubber bullets by the police, because that shouldn't be the thing, right? But it's happening. Unprecedented things happen on the streets of the United States all day, every day, especially during the Trump administration. And we want to pretend like it doesn't exist because by law and on paper it shouldn't, but it does. And how do we stop that? How do we stop crooked cops and crooked federal military personnel from interacting and doing some shit that they ain't got no fucking business doing? How do we do that? How the fuck do we do that? Because that's what we're faced with. People doing fucking nothing but standing in the street getting killed by police officers who pretend like they're a rowdy crowd. What the fuck what laws are we defending right now while all of them are being broken in our streets today? What the fuck are we doing?
I just put the link in the chat. It happened as recently as when the National Guard was in LA. They were given the power to detain under Title 10.
That's all I was trying to say.
The law enforcement. Just put the link in the chat.
That's all I was trying to say. It's not that Rez is wrong, but it's more nuance to it. The president can't authorize it, and Congress can't. I mean, she wasn't. No. She's not wrong.
Y'all need to learn to read.
It was the 2-star general from NORTHCOM that snitched on the president.
Thank you.
He was the one. So you need to read the case. So the reason why that judge was able to stop the National Guard from working within LA or put them on pause is because it was the major general that was in NORTHCOM that said, hey, these are the orders that they're being given. If you read deeper into a lot of these articles, it said, no, they don't think this is right, but they had to work in the gray. So them working in the gray area, they went back to legal. When the state went to sue the government saying you got to burn on this, that, and the other, it was actually the major general, the 2-star general, to the judicial branch.
The judge and guess what? And the judge struck him down, and the Supreme Court agreed with them. And guess what? They weren't able to do anything. So you guys are weirdos because there are laws on the books that said that the president could not do those actions. So go back and read case law. Y'all are weirdos.
But I feel like
Matter of fact, the damn article that you put up here actually says Title 32 National Guard Major General details LA mission duties. He was the one that went back. You need to read the case. The case.
Thank you.
Oh my God! The case has the Major General. The case has the Major General testifying against the president. So what's going on here?
Thank you.
But like I said, I don't like. To me, Rez is not wrong. I just think it's a little bit more nuanced. It's a little bit more nuanced.
It's not nuanced. Y'all making it sound.
Hold on. Can I finish what I'm saying? Then, like I said, you're not wrong. I just feel like to make a blanket statement that they can't arrest anybody. That would be untrue.
They cannot.
And
they can't.
That's not true.
They cannot.
There's nuance. And this is the problem, right?
No, there is nuance.
No. There's no such as nuance when it's federal. This is the
when
problem.
When it's federal, there is. If Congress or the president authorizes it, then it can be the title.
I'm done. I'm so done.
They make their arrest. Wait. So let's just say they make the arrest, right? Let's say loitering. Is that person charged federally or state or county or like what?
So that's not what happened. So what ended up
happening?
I
know it's not.
That's not what's ever going to happen. If you know it's illegal, and you wear a uniform, your ass is going to jail. What happened was they were working in the gray area. There's this thing called the gray area for us, right? We do it downrange as well, where the law can sometimes, you can work right on the cliff of the law. And they were working right on the cliff of the law. Until someone interprets the actual Constitution or the legislation, that is when they're told, no, you can't do it, and it's a final no. So anything that comes out in order, so for example, if I'm your commander and I got to deploy my soldiers, anything that comes out in order has gone through our legal. If our legal says, hey, this is what it is, this is where we're going to be able to work within these parameters, and we have to stay within those parameters, we will work up into the gray area, right when we can be able to touch up until it may be illegal. But once it's deemed illegal, and that's what the judicial branch is for, once it has been deemed illegal, all commanders there's something that'll come out called a PERSTAT. It could be a BOLO. It could be a SIG-ACT, significant actions. It can be anything that comes out. A MILPER message. It can be anything. When those messages come out, they come out to us as commanders, and that's when we halt all operations. Because now we're working and it's illegal. And that's what ended up happening. That Major General, once the orders were produced and they were passed through legal, and legal said it's good to go and they can work between these parameters, once the judicial branch said, now that general actually thought it may be a little too close to being illegal. He was the one that testified. And he said he put those orders out. So it is what it is. What happened in California was deemed illegal. They stopped all operations as soon as it was deemed illegal.
Back down. That's what we have, Jack. That's why all branches of the military have JAGs, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, we have to make sure that everything goes through JAG, regardless of a sitting president, because we're not going to do anything to jeopardize UCMJ, which is Uniform Code of Military Justice. If I'm wrong, Patty, stop me, please. Hold tight. I'm talking to Patty. Hold tight.
All right.
If I'm wrong, Patty, stop me, please.
No, she's right. It's not
All
okay.
right. So tell me what
Swear it
looks like.
So wait. I got you guys. I got a question for you guys. Then, if Rez is right, what's explain the incident that happened in 1965 when Lyndon B. Johnson invoked federal powers? and Selma. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
So when Lyndon B. Johnson invoked the National Guard in Selma, Alabama, right? Is that what you're talking about? And that was to. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you where your first mistake was. You cannot, and this is just what I learned from not me being in law school, but me being adjacent to law school for a bunch of people. You don't want to use case law and case examples from 1965. You want to know why?
He used the Insurrection Act. That's that part. So even with the LA riots, they used the Insurrection Act. They did the Kent State shootings. It was the Insurrection Act.
So is that not a nuance though? Can we concede that?
So that's what we said in the beginning. So if it's an insurrection,
so it's
the federal government
That's all I was saying. That's all
right.
I was
So
saying. That she's not
that's
wrong.
what he said.
But it's
that's what he said in the beginning as well.
Blanket statement that the president.
No. So it is a blanket statement because the Insurrection Act has nothing to do with the federal, somebody being activated by the president. That's a whole justification, and you have to have your justification has to be strong. Nobody is gonna say you good to go. This is the Insurrection Act. Go off on the fucking community.
Right. Well, so you got to remember the conversation that was being had was them deploying the National Guard into the states. We weren't talking about the Insurrection Act, so there was no nuance to that because that's not what happened. The conversation was strictly about the National Guard being deployed into Memphis or wherever else. Now, if he invokes the Insurrection Act, that's a different thing. Different conversation.
Everybody got a beat.
I mean, so I just posted another link in the chat of actual detainments that went down in Los Angeles. If you're saying
right, and we said
if you're saying because of the Supreme Court thing,
we already addressed that, and the soldiers didn't actually. All the soldiers.
Can I just finish what I'm saying about the Supreme? If you're talking about the Supreme Court thing, like the Supreme Court issued a ruling and it's under appeal and it's implementation of the
it's always going to be under appeal. Why wouldn't it be under appeal?
They're going to always appeal it regardless.
They're going to always appeal if they're told no.
Thank you.
I don't know what's going on here. This is not something like that's new. A president is going to appeal his actions if you tell him he can't do it. Fucking Obama would appeal his actions if you told him he could not do it.
It's like MAGA just wants to be right at every turn, no matter what. They just want to be right at every turn. But you know what they won't do? Guess what they won't do, Patty? They won't go serve in the military, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't either if I could start all over again. But
I won't either. But that's another story. But I'm just saying they won't go serve in the military, but they want to tell you everything about the military. That's the funny part.
Oh, the funny part is y'all both said you wouldn't do it if you had a chance to do it all over again. That's the funny part.
Talk about what's going to happen if the law is implemented.
Who did that? I did that. Who's modding these people?
Oh.
Let me tell you something. The reason why I wouldn't do it is because I have a daughter. I had a child when I was younger. Every year, I fucking deploy. This is the longest I've been non-deployed, okay? It's been a year on, year off my entire fucking career. Throughout that career of fucking a year on, year off, my child had to be raised by my parents and other people. So I've lost a lot of time with my kids. She had to learn resiliency. Then on top of that, there are injuries that people get when they're in the military. Don't get me wrong, it's a nice little fucking retirement package. You get a lot of fucking perks, but sometimes it's not worth it. Now, if I ain't had no fucking kid in a year, maybe this would have been the best thing. But if I could start all over again, I wouldn't join the military. How about that?
And I feel the same exact way as Patty. I had kids. I had the same situation. I had to raise my children. It was the best way for me to raise my kids. But I also spent a lot of time in a lot of fucking deployments. I also got injured. I got hit by a roadside bomb in Iraq. That shit is no joke. I still deal with all the fucking effects of that shit still to this damn day. and all the bullshit that I have to deal with, and I don't give a fuck what nobody say, it ain't worth the shit that I have to deal with, especially with you motherfuckers all the goddamn time. Because when y'all get on here and y'all want to talk shit about my speech and all this other shit, that's part of the effects of the shit that I deal with. Because I have a traumatic brain injury. So y'all are some fucked up ass human beings. I'm gonna go on mute.
Like I said, whereas to me, you weren't correct. You were not correct. I just feel like it was more nuanced, and I posted a lot of.
Yes, now I don't care about none of your. I don't care about none of your stuff, cause sweetheart, let me tell you something. What you can't do, what you can never do, is take away the fact that I'm a subject matter expert in this area, and I don't care about your nuances. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I used to write out orders. I don't care about none of what you say. But have at it, young man. Have at it.
I just wanted to thank you for your service, by the way.
Thank you, love.
I'm sorry you went through such a injury.
Yeah, I also want to thank you for your service as well.
Thank you.
What happened with your? I mean, if you don't want to talk about it,
it's okay. I got hit by a roadside bomb in Mosul.
Oh man, I'm
sorry. In 2008.
Hey, I don't know. Wait a minute. Y'all know what's going on. There's something going on.
Yeah, because this stage is doing something crazy. I don't know what the hell is going on.
And Lisa got knocked down too. I don't know what the hell goes on.
I was saying, who made a mistake and made me a mod? I'm gonna be responsible.
No, but I don't really care about it. But it's automatically, I don't know. I don't think no one's doing it. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Because I don't even.
That's you right there, because you got a pink ticket.
This is
No, because it made that Sky girl mom. I don't know what the hell going on. She's acting weird. And it kicked Lisa down. Shit is just acting weird.
Welcome to Clubhouse before it shuts down officially.
It's not going to
I mean, they're not. No, they have
shut down.
No, they have so much money.
The president of the United States is not that powerful. It's not going to shut down.
Okay, which one?
Speaking of which,
it's weird because it's literally like
it's doing something weird,
like Ashton and Ray's modded, but no one's modded.
And I don't know where I got it from. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah,
Lisa, I'm being a good moderator.
I'll go back down.
Real good.
But
you don't have to go down. I just said I can't see what he's talking about. It says Ray, Jay, child.
That's me. That's my
I'm being real good, Lisa.
Ray.
I'm doing nice.
Hold on, Ray.
Somebody Ray.
What's that being that?
No, but Lisa, I'm telling you, literally, like it was people that has never been
on the stage were getting modded. It was doing all kind of weird stuff.
And you're getting kicked down.
Doing it.
Like who modded Ray and Ashton? Just ask. Did one of y'all mod?
Damn, nigga, what the fuck?
Hey, hold on, I'm just trying to figure out, man.
Not me.
You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you.
Damn, Lisa, what the fuck?
Ray, get out of my drawers again. I'm telling you, Ray's been on me all day.
No.
Ray, what you been up to?
Only reason I asked the second time, I was like, it sounded like not like your voice sounded different.
My voice.
Shorty, you okay? So it was out of concern. I even sent you a back channel. Apologize and just in case it came off.
Okay, no, I'm just kidding with you, Ray. I'm just kidding with you.
Scary.
Gary's scary. I can't wait to listen to these replays.
I'm quite sure you're going to laugh quite a bit after you hear about the short. What did I say? About the what they call it? The box head.
Box head. Midget hoe.
Oh yeah, something like that. I don't remember.
That was crazy. I remember.
Oh my God.
Scary. Like I was actually using this.
What?
I was actually using that word.
Are you okay?
Hey you guys, so I left you guys. I was on my way to the airport. I had a wonderful flight. Flew over the friendly skies of Chicago. It was so calm and peaceful.
There was no delay.
No, it was no delay at all.
Taking off, landing, nothing.
Nope.
Wonderful.
And all the people around were just, enjoying themselves. No one seemed under duress or
So
anything.
you went into ORD?
No, midway.
Oh, okay. I'm always
because ORD is hard as hell to get through. So,
girl, I will never.
Well, with the shutdown, ORD's not operating. I think 6 to 6 p.m. on.
I didn't know. I haven't been to ORD in a while.
That airport is huge. You hear me? I was like, when is it going to end?
You're right. I forgot about that. It does make a difference. That's why I do midway.
Yeah, that is a monster.
But I was just glad to get out of the sky over Chicago.
I just wanted to say I want to thank Patty. I want to thank Patty and Rez for teaching me so much tonight. I learned so much about the motherfucking military from these two young ladies. So I want to thank y'all for making me a little bit smarter.
I can't wait to listen to those replays. Oh my God, I feel much better though. I needed to nap.
You need to
It's like the best feeling in the world. Like
take some. It helps when you get sick and shit.
That's true. Absolutely, 100%.
All recipe from my grandma.
Love you, Grandma. Love you, Grandma. So, anything happen, y'all? Any news? Anybody like celebrities are in 3. So we had Diane Keaton and D'Angelo.
Diane Keaton was amazing, but did you also understand D'Angelo?
You just cut me off.
D'Angelo.
What are you drinking over there, huh?
Nothing right now.
It's all done.
Probably doing it tonight.
I'm scared of you. I'm scared of you. I don't want to ask too many questions.
You shouldn't be scared of me.
No, I don't want to be asking too many questions. You said I'm doing it now. I'm like,
I'm saying D'Angelo died. And there's no one paying attention.
We did. Where you been? We talked about D'Angelo. When he died,
He was tweeted ago. German. I've been around.
Wow. Are you the one with the daughter?
No daughter.
Oh, okay.
Only dogs. Dogs that I
What kind of dogs do you have?
Mouths. 2 dogs.
What kind of Dobermans?
Yes.
Wow.
They're beautiful.
I bet
They are
you
actually
I'm just scared of Dobermans. Where's Gemini? He got 30 dogs.
No,
I don't have 30 dogs. I have 3 dogs. And they are
Gemini has 30 dogs that he talks to individually all night.
30. That is what you're doing.
No, not me. I said Gemini has 30 dogs. 30.
Carly, is that you? Yeah, we gotta do that here. We got Dobermans. And I told Lisa she need to get one for protection. But she ain't gonna listen.
But I big dogs and me don't get along. I like the little dogs that I rescue because they're cute. You can turn them over and tickle them. They run right behind you.
I have 2 of them as well. Rescue dogs.
Oh, good.
And they are small.
I love rescue dogs.
They are doing the Doberman is not doing anything to them. They are excusing themselves.
Whose picture did you steal?
It's strange to see them.
Is that Ivanka? No, not Ivanka Trump. What's
the way they do it?
I don't know what's going on with my girl. Where are you from?
She say she's German, but she stole somebody's picture. I'm trying to figure out why she was stealing pictures.
No,
Somebody steal pictures up here. That's one.
I said Sweden.
Oh, you Swedish.
Swedish.
That's a big difference, German and Swedish.
Her accent
It's not a big difference though, because do whatever you want to do. I'm Swedish.
Hilarious.
I'm just wondering why you stealing people pictures though. Whose picture that is you took?
Me neither.
Oh my goodness. That's a beautiful picture though.
Don't that look like Donald Trump's wife?
Oh my God. Oh no.
Why you stealing our president's wife's picture, bro? Well, the president's wife's picture.
Look at all those PTs downstairs. Hey, Pink Tickets. Good to have you. I don't know if you're the same Pink Tickets that be down there every single night, PTs, but turn in your ticket so we don't have to ping you in every single night when there's a marathon going. You will be notified without me having to ping you in one at a time. So Pink Tickets, press join and join the 420. I want to call it something else, the 420 Bar and Grill, some shit like that.
Well, it's Fridays.
It is 100%.
Well, I have whenever Corey does the man room. Some shit happened today.
What man room? There's a man room?
Yeah, we're gonna start a man club. It's gonna be called the He-Man Woman Haters Club, and it's just gonna be men in there talking about their feelings.
Which Corey are you talking about?
I don't know.
Sounds terrible.
I know, right? And whining again.
Sometimes we cry, but y'all be making us feel bad for crying.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I don't want to pre-tell the story, but
What is pre-tell?
pre-tell, like, tell the story before, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. My feelings got hurt. I had to hug somebody today and tell them it was all right. I ain't never seen a grown man just break down like that. Like,
What? Yes, you have. His name was Robert.
okay. I ain't seen a grown man. I ain't seen a grown man, like, I don't know. I was just taken aback by the day.
Well, is this a real room or are you making shit up?
This shit really happened in real life today, like in my face.
Was it whose room? Was it the one with my
No, it wasn't on Clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
It was two situations that happened today. I saw one of my old students for the first time in 20-some years about.
Oh, wow.
And another situation that happened with a family member.
Oh, God bless you guys. I don't know what's going on, but God bless you. God bless you. There's a lot going on, though, Ray. I don't want any more gloom and sadness around me because it's way too much. People are losing jobs. I was like, now I know somebody who actually lost their job due to the shutdown. So, and it's not cute.
That should be hurt.
It does hurt. And then I found out, I was reading the article before I conked. They're not, okay, so you can apply for food stamps, but you can't actually get them now because they're running out of money. So you can apply, they'll take your application, but you are not going to be approved. If you qualify, you'll be like, okay, we got your application, thank you, we'll get back to you. And this is for food.
And the fucked up part is whenever it does open back up, they're gonna be so backlogged and inundated with cases to the point where it might have taken them a month to get to you, it's gonna take 3 to 6 months.
Right.
It's gonna be okay because once those tariffs kick in and there'll be these manufacturing jobs. They could just take that.
Did you guys see?
For Hanes.
Did you guys see about
men's underwear? Okay, go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Did you? No, you're good. Did you see about what happened in I forget which state it was in, but it involved like about the Hyundai plant.
I was in Georgia where they raided it. Battery.
So they raided a Hyundai plant, and basically the people were here from South Korea to train Americans for jobs, and then ICE ended up detaining all of them, everybody except for like one person, and it turned out that they were here legally, and they were here to create like tens of thousands of jobs, and then the government was like, just kidding, you guys could get back to work here. And the South Korean government literally like flew everybody back. Like, the jobs that are being lost is just crazy. It's like insane.
No, you're burying the lead. They made them drink from water bowls like dogs, and they didn't want to come back.
I mean, has anybody seen any of like inside the ICE like internments? Cause I haven't seen any, but I was wondering if there's any like videos of it.
Well, it's not in use anymore, but alligator. What was it called? Alcatraz.
Yeah.
In Florida.
Alligator Alcatraz was so fucked. It's like insane.
It's gonna be hard to get videos of it because the people who work there ain't gonna take no video. And the people who are detained there don't have access to no recording devices, so it's going to be very difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, but most people that's being detained and let go, all the stories are held in there all day, 15, 16, 17, 18 hours, no water, no nothing. Just being ignored.
Well, you know what?
If you really want a good story about what happens after you're detained in immigration, Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 News did a story where he tried to sneak across the border and then back over. He was detained by ICE because he broke a law, unlawful entry, even by a U.S. citizen you could be detained for. I think he spent like 5 days in a detention facility, but it was worth the arrest. He got a good story out of it. You look up Channel 5 News with Andrew Callahan on YouTube.
Yeah, and then, you know why Trump's doing this, right? Or at least I suspect why he's doing all this crazy shit.
Because he's evil.
Well, yeah, but also, the Insurrection Act of 1804 basically makes it so that way somebody could, let's say if there's a war within the country, they don't have to hold, they don't have to hold elections up until it's over. So, yeah, there's that. So basically, and the other thing...
I don't want to reach that far on a conspiracy theory, because it's just my belief, and it's just my thoughts, sections, that if he were to do that, the military would come and let's politely walk you out of the household, man.
But do you think that? Because I don't know. Are there a lot of military people who are MAGA? I don't know a lot of military people personally, so I'm not sure.
Not on my side of the aisle.
Where do you reside? What state do you reside in, if you don't mind me asking?
I live in California, but most of the people that I know are veterans or that serve, like my son and other people that I know that are still currently on active duty are not nowhere near MAGA. But that's, we black folks, so no, we not MAGA at all.
So do you think if that was to happen, that they would decline the mission, or basically be like, fuck off?
A lot of my friends that are in the window for retirement are are dropping their retirement packets because they're not putting up with it. So yeah.
I mean, that's good. Although I'm telling everybody in this room, I don't know if, like, again, this is another somewhat conspiracy theory, but it's most likely going to be true. If you do decide to protest on No King's Day, just be very careful, because they're going to most likely have people from, like, the FBI, the CIA, and different, like, government agencies, and they, could try to, like, arrest people, or they could incite violence, which, I wouldn't, I can imagine that happening based on, like, history in itself within, our nation. So just, be careful for everybody who's trying to protest. Or if you decide to go protest for the No King's Day.
You have to be more careful if we didn't.
Yeah, and why did Bill just say blocked in the chat?
I don't trust you. I don't like the narrative you're spinning.
He thinks you're trying to get people not to go protest.
Oh, no. I'm fucking I'm protesting. No, my whole point is just be careful. You know what I mean?
No,
A lot of things differently.
No, he's trying to scare
He's saying you sound like a narc.
Well, no, here's the thing. I've already protested before. I went to the first No King's Day protest. I've protested, a lot of these things. I just want people to be safe, and because I'm afraid.
What protest did you go to, and what was your experience?
Well, I went with so I live in New York, but I was in Florida with my mom and her boyfriend, and we just, like, it was in Palm Beach, and we, like, held up signs and, like, protested and stuff, because especially in Florida, there's a lot of, like, ignorant people, and a lot, like it's heavily MAGA, so I think that it's important to switch the narrative, especially with, like, how fucked up the government is.
I don't think all MAGA people are ignorant. I understand they
No,
a different way of thinking.
No, he has a good point, and Mar-a-Lago is his White House, where he can hide.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I went down to Florida to do it, because I figured that it would be more powerful than in New York, because New York, there's already millions of people, but I felt as if there wasn't, like, tons of people where I was protesting, but I think that it has a bigger impact due to the fact that Mar-a-Lago and Trump's grip in Florida, and especially with DeSantis and all that other bullshit. Like, that's why I thought that it was, of course, it's, in my opinion, it's just as important to protest wherever you are. But I thought, for me personally, it would be better to protest in Florida than it was in New York.
Also, now I'm watching. I didn't know where we were going with all that.
Yeah, no, I just want people to be safe, because, there's, especially if somebody has, like, God forbid, I don't need to know anybody's medical history, but, like, they're going to probably start pepper spraying people and stuff, which, and if somebody has heart problems, it could lead to them going to, like, cardiac arrest, and there's a whole bunch of other things that could ensue from that. So, that's another reason why it's important to be careful. or if you know you're already injured, and or, you know, I would make sure to like cover your face, cover like any tattoos, and that sort of a thing, just because what I'm afraid of personally is that with the January 6th insurrection, how Trump ended up pardoning all those people, I'm afraid that they might just start like, you know, arresting like random people and trying them for crimes that they didn't even commit. You know, based on video and stuff. So that's why, you know, I think it's, you know, just wear like a bandana over your face or something with like sunglasses or whatever. That's just my recommendation, you know, like you can do whatever, anybody can do whatever they want, but that's how I'm gonna personally roll.
When I was there at Occupy, there was a guy screen printing bandanas for everyone for free. And I think he ended up on the cover of Time magazine.
That's Banff, you know, and it's important to, I think it's important to protest, especially because like, you know, he's trying to get rid of like the First Amendment and that sort of a thing.
If you want to vote, you're gonna have to protest, especially this year. Like, there's no fucking way around it.
Oh yeah, I'm totally voting. But the one thing that, you know, during midterms, but the one thing that does worry me is like the gerrymandering and stuff, because, you know, a lot of, like with the redistricting of maps, they typically do that every like 10 years. But basically, you know, Texas is like gonna do it now, and I respect the fuck out of Gavin Newsom because, first of all, I love his tweets, basically, you know, making fun of Trump. But I also think that you know, with the redistricting of maps and that sort of a thing, trying to gerrymander, it's going to be harder for people with low income to vote because, you know, let's say if they don't have a car or if they can't Uber and, you know, afford an Uber and that sort of a thing. So that's what I'm scared about most in terms of like, you know, midterms. But I hope that, you know, Gavin Newsom ends up being able to redistrict California, which would then basically make it so.
Newsom's a Nazi. He just signed a JPAC order making it illegal for you to speak against Israel.
Wait, who did that?
Newsom. Called JPAC. Look it up. He's enacting it for California.
Oh, really? Well, dude, listen, I'm Jewish, but like, I'm not a Zionist, and it's hard to like explain that to people, you know, because people like automatically. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I get it. Go on. I get it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you know, people in general, it's just absurd. It's just like absurd that we're supporting, not, you know, we, but there are people supporting ethnic cleansing and apartheid going on, and, you know, and then Trump trying to get the Nobel Peace Prize for quote unquote getting all the hostages back and everything, but in reality, you know, Israel has continuously.
Thousands of them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Israel has continuously like gone back on ceasefires, and then it's even like if you look at Russia, Russia stated that they were going to, you know, have a ceasefire or whatever, and that they were like, you know, basically going to stop, and then it just gave Putin more time to like, you know, just basically, you know, load up his infantry. and create more bombs, which, created more devastation, which is why I think it's just, the whole thing is just sad. Like, not a day goes by where, some days I don't have panic attacks, but most days I do, because the democracy in which we live is just, I'm afraid. I'm just gonna put it that way.
There's over 9,000 Palestinians still hostage in Israel right now. I don't know if you realize, but this dude Jacob Reactor on Instagram, I don't know if you follow him. You ever heard of him?
No. What's his name?
I'm gonna put him in the chat. I think it's Jacob Reactor. He actually went to Gaza with Flotilla. He was just an influencer, an actor, and a fucking man. Stand-up dude.
Word. But yeah, and then they even have journalists who are like starving to death. Like, in what world is that?
Yeah, they murdered all of them. Not even like some of them, all of them. Even after the ceasefire, they executed one of the most prominent ones. It's not
100%. And then what?
And it's gonna spread here if we do not stop it. That's the point. That's the litmus test of humanity. It's not just gonna go away.
Yeah, and then the whole thing now, I'm starting to realize, based on coverage of the news, that they're using the Middle East as a cover-up for the release of the Epstein files, and the fact that I forget what her name is, but that woman from Arizona who hasn't been she won her election fair and square, and she's just waiting to be sworn in, and she would be the final vote for the Epstein files to get released, and they're just not swearing her in. So it's
release was a deflection to kill more Palestinians, but the government shutdown is a deflection to cover up the Epstein files. I agree. But when we reach the 218 vote, it's inevitable. If you're getting in, you're not getting the toothpaste back in the tube. So it's about moving the ball forward.
Yeah, and then it's fun, and then it's like it's not funny. It's actually sad, but how Trump essentially basically the card that he wrote to Jeff and signed to Jeffrey Epstein, and then they caught this one person in Trump's cabinet. I forget what his name is. He was having a conversation with somebody, and they were saying that the reason why they put Elaine Maxwell in a low what is it called? It's slipping my mind right now. Oh yeah, minimum security prison is because that's the only way that she would allegedly keep her mouth shut. And then because because Trump is such good friends with was really good friends with Epstein and her, essentially it's just it's just sad, because I have a feeling that he might pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, but I don't know. And if he did, it would be towards the end of his presidency, I think personally, but who knows?
Yeah, if he makes it, who knows?
Also, I followed everybody in this room because you all seem chill as fuck. Just to give you guys a heads up. And sorry to take over. I didn't mean to. If anybody has anything to say, I don't have to be the only one who's talking.
Nah, we've been in here a long time. Everything you've mentioned, trust me, we've talked about.
Word up. Does anybody have anything fun planned for this weekend besides the protest?
a road trip before it gets too cold though.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I mean, you can even like go to Australia because it's summer over there. But if you can't get like the time off of work and stuff, then it's like, you know, that aspect of it. Wait, can you guys hear me? It's showing up as if I'm not talking. Testing. Can you guys hear me? Oh, you want to know what the most absurd thing about the whole thing is? You know what Antifa means? It means anti-fascist. That's all it means. It's not a group. It's just a belief that you don't like fascism.
Dragon? Okay, thank you. Let me just say this one thing, if you don't mind. And as the women always do, they make
Good
this
morning,
into
Nathan. Sorry, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, what's up, Nathan?
Wow, Nathan's here. Hi, Nathan.
Yeah, as the women always do, they make this into the view. I'm surprised they're not talking about how much men they were with and the latest pad they've walked. But look, and it's unfortunate.
Where's cats? That's not healthy for you.
Just let him go.
Can I finish? Is that okay?
Yes, Daddy.
Alright, control your sub muscles. Anyways, like I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted by the women, the immature women. At the end of the day, like, women don't do anything. Right? They just sit there, look pretty, and expect for something to drop in their hands. And it's unfortunate that some of these women fall in love with characters online. Like Dima. I told you from the get-go. And you should have listened to me.